thing that I like in the ministry. Let me share my presentation here. Wonder, is it clear now?
It has not yet opened, sir.
Oh, but on my side it's showing.
General, stop sharing. Let's say uvule PowerPoint
The PowerPoint,
on your
yes.
side, then start sharing.
Yes.
I think shyly technology, I'm fine.
Yeah. I can see.
Ungakhohlwa General, wena nonanda bani same WhatsApp group, ama BBT.
Forget. I might be a BBT, but I'm last.
Sugar winner. Got to buy lot.
Yeah, ne? So working with old folks. Working with old people, that's the problem.
Okay.
Yona nondaba since waqala ufaka ama-glass ukuthi abone nje hayi akulungile.
Anhlukane nami. Let me try and see.
There you go, old man. Go to the presentation thing.
Yeah.
Go to the projector, the peasant, to do your presentation. No, where is, yeah, there you go, old man. Thank you.
Iyacaca ukuthi uyenza ngendlela zabantu abadala.
Yeah. Over to you, old man.
Okay, thank you so much, guys. Even though Loba Wempandla Kuluma Diwakuluma, it's fine. Okay. We're going to go through camping and outdoor education. It's something that I want to say to all of us. If you are in this ministry and you don't love outdoor camping, I normally say to people they are in the wrong place, because if you want to enjoy pathfinding, if you want to enjoy this ministry, you need to love out of those, because this is where most of the things are happening. This is where our camps are happening. This is where nature takes us to so many places, and this is where we enjoy the outdoor that God created for us. Right, so now today session is going to be outlined in this way. Basic camp planning, types of camping, basic philosophy of camping, component of good camping, and introduction to off-site safety management and risk assessment. Right. On the point number 5, I would say Pastor Kumalo, when he was presenting, he touched on some of the things that talks about risk management. In other words, in a form of saying each person, when you go for camp, make sure that you are insured with the Adventist risk management. Being insured with the Adventist risk management, it will help you when you are in that camp or that particular program for the kids to be insured. So initially, normally, what it's normally done is when you insure your club beginning of the year through your conference, and the conference takes it to the union. Once you have insured, you are insured for the whole year. You don't need to insure yourself each and every time when you go for a camp. Right. Let's come to the philosophy of camping. Outdoor living holds a tremendous potential in spiritual values and character building elements. Second point, it is therefore recommended that outdoor living, with its multi-skilled requirements, compose a large segment of the year's Pathfinder program. The statement that I'm bringing to you here, it says, when you are sitting down beginning of the year or end of the year when you are planning for the next year, try by all means that the large segment of your program, it involves the outdoor living. In other words, most of the things that you will be doing, they must involve outdoor living. In other words, kids love to go out there. Your programs, if they are having the outdoor living part, I'm telling you that you're going to go a long way with your Pathfinders because that's what they love. Most of them, they don't enjoy being at church, but when you take them out there, they will be able to do so many things. There are models of recreation which are highly beneficial to body and mind. An enlightened, discriminating mind will find abundant means for entertainment and diversion from source not only innocent but instructive. Recreation in the open air, in contemplating of the work of God in nature will be of the highest benefit. That is messages to young people, page 360 to 381. In other words, here we are encouraged that we need to take our recreation out there because we will be able to benefit when it comes to the body and the mind. Those who have gone to places where I put a picture here that shows the direction, especially when you are doing hiking and all that. Those who have gone to places where you go and hike, where there are mountains, waterfalls, you will realize that when you get to where there is waterfall and you listen to the fall when it's falling down, your mind and your body, it becomes something else because you are out there. You have left the place that you normally sit, where there is all that pollution and all those things. And now you're thinking out, it becomes different. So you benefit from going out there, right? The benefits to the individual. Let's talk about the benefit to the individual. Right. The first one, it says nostalgic memories. You will have memories of places that you have gone to. Every time when you sit or you go through your phone, your pictures, you will have memories. And also now there's this thing that we call Facebook, whereby you check in a particular place. And after a year, Facebook will be able to remind you that on this date, last year or 3 years or 4 years, you attended this place, you went to this outdoor place, and when you see those things, you have those memories and you remember whatever that you have gone through. And also there's perception of balance, spiritual awakening, conversation and stewardship, self-respect and self-confidence. Make do improvise attitude. I like this part that says improvise attitude. When you go out there, you find that you are not in your comfort zone. And now when you are not in your comfort zone, in other words, some of the things, the way you normally do them at home, they allow you to, you make things to happen. In other words, you improvise. First thing, it says improvise attitude. In other words, you must have an attitude that says, I'm out there and I don't have my bed, I don't have my normal way of doing things like what I normally do when I'm at home. In other words, now you need to improvise. When you see a river and you don't have a cup to drink water, improvise. It's either you kneel down and you drink from your hands, or but at the end, improvise. And also the other part, it says spiritual awakening. I remember one day when we went to this other camp, it was in Pilgrim Rest, and during that time we went for the hiking. And when we were in that hiking, there was a waterfall that was there. People were swimming, but there is one boy. He was a pathfinder during that time, but now he's an old man. And now when he came back, when we were doing a reflection on the hiking, this boy, he comes in and he says, "I've got a sermon." Everybody was like, wow. So when he saw trees, when he saw birds flying around and all that, to him, he saw, oh, he created a sermon. In other words, his spiritual part, it was awakened by the fact that we went out there. Right. The other benefit is satisfaction in hard work. Just imagine when you are climbing that mountain, doing the mountain climbing, it's gonna be hard work. You're going to sweat, your hands are going to get dirty, probably the thorns, so many things are going to happen there. But at the end of it, when you are done, you'll be satisfied about the hard work that we've done. Good health and physical fitness. When you are hiking, going in the mountains, doing your backpacking, good health, physical fitness, I believe all of us we will understand. People that stay in urban areas, normally some of them, they are lazy to hike and to walk. Some, they even try to just go and buy bread around the corner. But when you go out on an outdoor camp, there is no time to go with the car to buy bread. But whatever that you'll be doing, you will need to use your feet to walk and do all those things. Right. So now there's also a feeling of community, pride and satisfaction of serving others. On this part that says satisfaction of serving others, you know, when somebody gets hurt when we are hiking the mountain and you have done your first aid, as most of master guides here, they've done their first aid, and I know most of them, they still need to do the refresher course because some have done it 5, 10 years ago. But now when you are going to help someone with what we have learned, that is the part of serving others. And also, you'll find that somebody probably maybe they came with few bottles of water and you've got your 5 liter, which is still there, you can be able to share. And also when you are sharing having the mind of one of the rules that are there for hiking, probably for camping, that says one man for himself, but God for us all. In other words, you will be able to say, okay, let me serve others and provide something for them so that we can carry on with this camp and finish what we started. Right. Let's come to the part C that says benefits of camping activities. The camping activities, they broadens the camper's perspective, develops all-round abilities rather than specializing in a few. Emphasis on self-improvement, finding thrills in legal activities, wholesome curiosity, you work, rest, and play, and they use a balance. Educate in wise use of leisure time, simple pastimes, entertainment oneself. You know, when you go out for camping, these activities that you'll be doing, there are some benefits there. You will find sometimes you improve in some of the things that probably you've never done before. Probably, maybe let me mention that the other benefit for camping is whereby you find yourself that when you are in a place, maybe you are camping in a, I can say in a game reserve where there are snakes, animals, and all that. You will be happy because you improve in that phobia of animals, the phobia of snakes, and the phobia of being out there. There are people who have got the phobia of just being in the bush. But when you go camping with other people, you will be able to improve on those things. And also you will be able to find the trails, you will be able to find new challenges that you face during the time when you're going for your camp because of the program that has been provided for us. Let's come to the spirit of prophets quotations. Here on Education, page 107, it says, the more quiet and simple the life of the child, the more free from artificial excitement, and the more in harmony with nature, the more favorable it is to the physical and mental vigor and the spiritual strength. In this book, Education, in other words, it says here that the more quiet and simple. When you go out there in camps, it's quiet in the bush. It's a simple life. It's exciting. It draws you closer to nature. And also, it makes you to do physical things, and your mental state, it also changes, even your spiritual strength, because you are closer to nature. There is a fact here. Camping affects the spiritual life of a young person. Therefore, it is our responsibility to ensure that it has a good effect. We are not talking about teaching, but of experience. Let's test the spiritual values of your camp life. I know most of us here have gone to camps and you have enjoyed many things. The first one, it says here, closeness to nature. When you go out there camping, you become close to nature. The air that you breathe, it's different from the air that you normally breathe when you're at home, where there is pollution, where there are cars, where there are industries that take out all the smoke and all that. But when you go to the bush, when you go to camp, you are close to nature. There is experience of harmony and order. There is order out there. Trees, they are sitting in a different way. Sometimes you find that some of the rocks that are there, there is a smaller one that is underneath and the bigger one that is on top. There is order, and you will see that whatever that you see, it has been sitting there for years and years. Number 3 says God create creativeness. You will see those big, wonderful mountains. There is creativeness that God has done. For example, if I can give an example, some of you, I know you have gone to Zambia, Livingstone. There's a place they call Victoria Falls. When you see that place in Victoria Falls, you will see the creativity of nature that God is giving us. There is also adaptability. You adapt to the situation when you go out there. I know sometimes the first day it becomes difficult for some of us when we get there, but as the days goes by, you adapt to the situation. Even the sleeping situation, you adapt to it. By the end of the week, I used to say to myself when I was a pathfinder, this camp was too short. It's because of I adapted to the situation of camping. Also, there's cooperative fellowship, shared responsibility. When we are there camping, it doesn't mean that we are only camping, walking, seeing God's nature, but also fellowship. And also responsibility must be shared amongst our pathfinders. In other words, some of our kids, when they are at home, they don't do house chores like washing dishes, cleaning, and all those things. But when they go to camps as a director, give them those responsibilities to make sure they wash their own dishes, to make their tents clean and all that. And also when you do hiking, there's a motto that says, take only pictures and leave footprints. On its own, it's saying you must leave the place that you are using as clean, more cleaner than the way you found it. And that means someone must take responsibility. So we need to encourage all our pathfinders to take responsibilities when it comes to this. Right. Basic camp planning. There is something here that is very, very important, especially when it comes to the leaders. Notification is the name of the game. I want to say notification is not only for both parents and the church board, but also for the conference. Whatever programs that you are doing, the conference must know that you have a program, you have this. What if the conference wants to sponsor you? I know we have our pastor here, Pastor Ramba, who is a generous man. So now please try, test him and see if he can open the blessings when it comes to camping by notifying him and say to him, we're having a camp, and this camp we are inviting you, Mfundisi, come please. Maybe he's gonna say, I'm gonna come with the food for everyone. You never know. But what I'm saying here, notification is the name of the game. You need to play that game and play it right by both parents and the church board. Need to know what are your plans. Every off-site visits needs to be minuted by the church board. In other words, each and everything that you are doing, the church must know. The parents must know. You can't do things on your own. You can't stand on your own. Remember, as a leader, you report to the church board. The same church board, this is where the parents are. And also the parents must know and extend it to your conference so that your conference can also know. And also, on this part that says minuted by the church board, you need also to give a report back when you come back. You have gone to a camp. When you're coming back, give a report to the church, the benefits, what the kids have done and all those things. It's very, very important. Right, let's come to the camp planning. On this part of the camp planning, point number one, go for a reason. Don't go to prove a point. Go for a reason. Have a reason. Have a goal on why you are going for camping. That is the first thing. When you have a reason, it's easy for you to plan according to the reason, according to the goal, according to the vision on how you want, on whatever that you want to do with the kids. If you are going there for honors, you want to achieve 10 honors with your pathfinders, then it will be easy for you to plan. The next point will be transportation. Do we have transport? Are we going to walk? Are we going to use buses? Please make sure you have transportation. And I will encourage and say it will be good for everyone to go together using one transport. It promotes unity and togetherness. And also the tents. When it comes to the tents, try and check that the place where you are going to, do you need to have those big tents that we use during camp meeting, or you need to use your hiking camp, the one-man camp and all that? Those things, they are very important. And there's general gear also. When it comes to the part of the general gear, it's also important that you take and go with the right gear, right equipment. If it's in winter, when it's in summer, have the right equipment that you're supposed to go with. First aid kit, first aid. Don't go to a camp without first aid. Don't have a camp without first aid. Get somebody that is qualified, somebody who's going to specialize with this, with that, somebody who's going to be taking care of anything that happens there. Have a camp personnel, someone who is going to make sure that everything is going in order according to how it has been planned and all that. And also food. Let me mention something here. A camp without food is not a camp. We can have activities, we can have exciting activities, we can have places that have got waterfalls, places that have got mountains, caves, and all those things that you can mention. But when there is no food, that is not a camp. I personally cannot go to a camp where there is no food, because in the morning I have to eat. Besides that, you need to eat so that you can have strength to do whatever. It's good to have food. Plan meetings around a theme. Have a theme, plan meetings, plan your things according to the theme that you have so that you can be able to do things according to your goal, according to your theme. Camp inspection. This is very important also. When you're doing your camp inspection prior to arrival, it's because you want to tell people what is going to happen, how is the place looking like, so that when they are also bringing their tents, the gear, wearing gear and all that, they know where they are going. Secure permission from the landlord. In other words, this one, it says no trespassing. Make sure where you are going, you've got permission from the landlord, and the landlord knows what's going to happen during that weekend. Hygiene is very important also. Let me say this, pathfinders, leaders, let's bath when we go for camp. Being out there, outdoor, it doesn't mean that you must not bath. If it means you must go bath in the river, let it be. I remember 2 years ago when I was in Zambia, in a Kambori, we were camping in a bush. That place, there was no network, nothing, but there was a river that was closer. You would see pathfinders going down the river to go and bath. It is good. The fact that we are out there, it doesn't mean that we must ignore the hygiene part. And also on this part of the hygiene, it says that we must make sure the place where we're camping, there's also ablution blocks where our sanitation is also very important. We need to exercise what camping skills 1, 2, 3, and 4 teaches us when it comes to that part of sanitation. And I also must mention that on the part of the hygiene, when you go, there's something that I normally love to demonstrate, talk about when I'm teaching camping skills 2 and 3, whereby when you go to do your number 2, make sure you've got your right gear, you've got your equipment, you've got your small shovel that you are going to use, because once you open that hole, you must make sure you put whatever that you are putting inside. And at the end of the day, what's important is you must close, because it's unhygienic for you to just go in the bush and you just leave your things lying around there without closing them. After that, somebody, probably Lindani Nondaba, is gonna walk at night. When he walks at night, he's gonna step on top of something that I don't want to mention. That is camping. Hygiene is very important. When we keep our campsite clean, it means all of us, we are going to be healthy. Safety also is very important. Let's make sure that all our things are safe. When we're going for hiking, when we're going wherever, have a key, you lock your tent, make sure all things are safe and everyone is safe. And also notification of parents. When you get to a camp, make sure that you communicate with the parents, give them update so that they can know what is happening and all those things. It's very good for them, because remember, when you take kids out there, you become a parent to these kids, but now you need to notify the parents back home on how things are happening during the camp. Unit and individual planning. You must have a menu. People must know what they are going to eat, and the menu agree with. There's something that I always encourage to the leaders, and I always say, please, when you camp, when you do your menu, bring your pathfinders, sit down with them and say, guys, what do you want to eat? They must give you the suggestions. And then as a leader, from there, then you can take those suggestions, you sit down with your planning committee and plan accordingly. Correct wearing apparel. You need to wear things that will make you to be comfortable. Sleeping bag and the mat. If you check on the picture that I put here, I'm carrying a backpack here. On that backpack, you will see there's a mat at the back there. It's very important for people. I know some of people, they use that mat for aerobics, for their, when they do aerobics in the morning. Some of us, we don't use We don't do aerobics. We use that mat for sleeping during our camp. When we go out for a backpack, you don't need to carry your stretcher bed, but you need to carry that. You need to know also the right equipment that you're supposed to have. Personal first aid kit. This is also important. Inside that bag, there is 2 personal first aid kits. In other words, when I get injured during the camp hike, I have got my personal first aid kit that I can use. And before the person that has been assigned to take care of first aid comes in with equipment, but it's very important that you must also have your personal first aid backpack packed properly. You know, when it comes to this backpack packed properly, let me mention something to you, something that happened when I was a Pathfinder director some few years ago. I asked my Pathfinders and I said, we are going for a camp, and when we are going for a camp, you must only bring your backpack. But Pathfinders, sometimes they don't listen. Even also the parents, they don't listen to the rules that are being given. So when they were coming, some came with a suitcase, those big suitcases with full of clothes and unnecessary clothes. When we were 15 kilometers away to the campsite, and I went to the bus driver and said, bus driver, please can you stop somewhere? When you stop somewhere and switch off the engine of the bus, I mean, when you switch it off, try something that will make as if the bus is dead. There is something that I want to do. After that, the bus driver listened to me, and 15 kilometers away from the campsite, then he stopped and then he says, guys, we have a problem here. Our bus needs a mechanic. Then I said to Pathfinders, ooh, this is something. And it was on a Friday and it was getting late for us to get to the campsite. I said to the Pathfinders, we are not going to sleep here. Let's carry our bags. Let's carry our bags and we go. I took my backpack, put my backpack on my back, and I went out and I said, no one is remaining. Let's all go. I saw Pathfinders pulling suitcases. It was an experience. It wasn't good, but it became a lesson to them that says, when you go for camping, only carry things that you need. It's very important. That is an individual planning. Carry only things that you need. If you are going for a 2-day camp, the clothes that you are wearing, already they are with you in your body. Probably you need to put only what you are going to wear tomorrow, because tomorrow you are coming back. You don't need to have a suitcase that has got so many things. I know the ladies, they like to put other things. They will say, nah, I know I will need this, I will need, but most of the times you find that they don't need those things, but they are in the bag. So it's good to have a backpack that is packed properly. Cooking utensils, if you are going on a hiking overnight, you need to be able to provide those things. Worship, etc. Going out there, we need also worship, praise God, thank God for everything that He has done. And also chaplain's duties. When we have our chaplain, our pastors, there are duties that they are going to do. If there are kids who need prayers and all that, let's do those things, because sometimes you find that someone is suffering because of being bullied, probably at home, but when they go out on a camp, they've got the freedom. The chaplains, they will come in, pray for them. That will be something that is encouraging. But guidelines for a good camp out. These are the few general rules. Consideration of other persons. In other words, there's a statement, those who have done camping skills, there's a statement that says, don't be a nuisance. In other words, when we are saying don't be a nuisance, you need to respect other people. And you must think about other people. The space that you are given to camp, think about the other people that they also need to have the space to put their tents. Inclusive participation. In other words, all of us, let's come together. Let's join hands together. In everything that we are doing, let's do it together. The other one, it says tabernacle tenting. God is with us. When we are camping there, whether in the bush, whether we don't have the tent, but we must identify a place where we are saying, This is where we are going to tabernacle with God. This is where we are going to have our praise and worship. This is where we are going to have our church services. It is very important to have that. Exercise, list all the items each camper should bring for personal use. It's very important. Give them the list of things that they are supposed to bring, so that, because as a coordinator, as a leader, you know how the program is going to look like. You know the campsite. If it's a place where there's a waterfall, tell them that they must bring their swimming costumes so that they can be able to swim. But now, because we are talking about camping, if you go to your Pathfinder Administrative Manual, at the end of the Pathfinder Administrative Manual, you will find that there is a picture that is showing the scarf. Let me mention something. The reason why every time when we go for camping, even if we are not wearing our uniforms, but we say, please make sure you have your scarf on. It's because you get to a place where there's a waterfall, you get to a place where there's a river, and now you need to cross the river, you need to swim. You take 2 scarves, tie them together, and you make your bikini, and you use that bikini for swimming, going through and doing those things. It's something that is very interesting to do. Clothing, including multi-weather gear, mealtime needs, nighttime needs, toiletries, attitude, Bible, stationery, and so many things. It's very important for somebody to have those things. Right, let's now come to this point that says, upon returning home, not what you took and what you actually needed. Wait on your wage and be thankful. I like this last part. I mean, the second from last part that says be thankful. In other words, thank God for what God has done for protecting you. What if we were camping in a campsite where there is animals? What if we were camping in a game reserve? I remember there's a time I went to Kenya and we were camping in a game reserve. And in that game reserve, one of the boys found a snake inside the tent. And because people are used to the snakes that side, they had a very way of helping that boy so that he doesn't realize that there was a snake until the boy was outside the tent, and they took pictures to show him. He started crying after he went out of the tent when he saw the snake next to him and all that. But now when you come back for camp, thank God, because God has protected you. Benefit lasts longer than plunders. This one is also a statement that says there are so many things that you will benefit there and they will be able to last longer. Right. Okay. There is also a country code that it's there that probably normally it's used in so many countries that says, remember that by using the path properly and following the country code, you are much less likely to come across problems. This one, it says, when you are doing whatever camping, wherever you are going, follow the rules that are there, especially for that particular place. If they say to you, turn right and go up, turn right and go up. Follow those rules so that you won't have any problem. Enjoy the countryside and respect its life and work. In other words, when you get to whatever new place that you haven't gone to, respect that place. Respect how they do things. And also guard against all risk of fire. When you do the honor for fire building, it teaches you so many things about fire risk and how to make sure that the fire doesn't burn where it's not supposed to burn and all those things. We need to follow all those rules and regulations. Fasten all gates. If you are in a campsite that has been demarcated because the other side is animals, this other side is camping, make sure that the gate is closed all the time, because closing the gate is protecting you from the animals and also protecting the animals also. Keep your dogs under close control. It's because this one, some people, they go for camping with their dogs and all that. And keep to public park across farmlands. It's very important to follow. These are most of the country code. When I'm saying country code, I mean the place where you go to, there are normally different codes that they have. For example, here in South Africa, there are country codes that they put when it comes to camping. When you go to Zambia, they've got country codes that they have when it comes to camping. When you go to Malaysia, there are country codes. When you go to Sierra Leone, there are country codes that you get when you get to those. So respect those country codes. In other words, there's also a statement that says, when you are in Rome, do as Romans do. In other words, I want to say to all of us, let's follow those things because it is very important. Use gates and stiles to cross fences, hedges and walls. You know, this one is simple. In other words, we are saying to pathfinders, to the leaders, there is a gate there. Use the gate. Don't go over the fence. This is simple. Follow the rules. Follow what the leader is giving us. Follow the country codes. Follow the guidelines that are given by the owners of the place. I know some pathfinders, they become excited and all those things in a way that they see the gate is open, but they decide not to use the gate. They decide to go underneath the fence and all those things, right? Leave livestock, crops, and machinery alone. You get to this place, you see there's livestock, leave those cows alone. Don't start chasing them and all those things. There are crops there, leave the crops. Even if you like whatever that is there, leave them. Unless you get permission from the owner and we say, we like the maize, please can we buy? You know, by doing that, then it means we are doing something that is good. The machinery that is there, leave it alone, don't touch it, don't do anything. It's because there is somebody else also who wants to come next time or tomorrow. They will also want to see what you have seen during the camp. Take your litter home. This is very important. Take your litter home. Make sure that whatever that you do, you don't litter, you don't do anything. Even if when you are driving, you must make sure that you don't litter. Whenever I'm driving with my wife, she always makes sure that if I'm eating something, she will say to me, bring it here. And I always appreciate what she does because it also teaches me to say, don't litter. Before I got married, I would just throw anything outside the window. But now, things have changed. So now I want to encourage everyone. Let's not litter around. I remember my young brother Sylvester is also here. We used to have this statement that says, we must litter so that people can get work, so that the people in the municipality can get work to do. It's not right. Let's not litter. It's not good. Right. Help to keep all water clean. When it comes to this part, when you go out there, you need to know. The camp organizers must know the water, is it clean or is not clean. If the camp has got water that is not clean, you must know how to purify water. Camping skills 1 to 4, it teaches about some of those things, how we can purify water. And then also make no unnecessary noise. Take special care on country roads. Protect wildlife, plants, and trees. Don't break trees. Don't break plants. Don't cut them down unnecessarily. Remember, you are here now. Next week, somebody else is also coming to this place. They will want to see that beautiful flower that we have seen. Leave those things alone so that other people can also benefit. A good pathfinder would be careful with the fire, would be conservation minded. In other words, their minds are going to think about, I want to protect this, conserve the environment. Be clean in the out of doors. This is very important. Don't stay dirty because we are out there. Be considerate of property. Try making up a club pathfinder country code. This should help them, the pathfinders, learn the country code and feel ownership of their behavior. Right. Let's come to the types of campers, static and mobile. Static campers afford the chance to do certain honors out in the field. Specific purpose, having a good time is a presumed byproduct of any event. Developing a specific skill could be the purpose of the camp. Theory and practical learning. at the end of the day, whatever the campers have done, they need to say we had a great time, because there's a skill that they've developed because of this camp. I remember some few years ago in the KNFC, the youth director said they are going to have a camporee, and in their camporee, they only want to teach owners that are going to teach a skill of some sort to pathfinders. And I remember in that camp, I was invited to come and teach the owner for plumbing. And that was what they were planning to do. I remember in that camp, there was someone who was teaching carpentry, someone who was teaching building, someone who was teaching anything that pathfinders they were doing with their hands. This is what they planned to do. At the end of the camp, pathfinders they were saying we had a great time. Going back home, when they went back home, it was easy for them to do things to their parents. I remember one of the parents called me and he says, Tandazo, what you have done, it's not right. Then I say, what have I done? Then they say, my son came home and he told me I must go and buy a tools box because she wants to fix all the toilets. She wants to fix all the broken taps. And then I said to the parents, hallelujah to that. Then I said to the parent, go and buy those tools. Mobile campers are maybe least used, but keeps the interest of the youngsters in a progressive way, generating inquisitive sponge-like minds. And good group management skills are needed for this to be enjoyable and beneficial to all the group. Hiking, canoeing, cycling camps, or minibus or car safari could be organized. Here I want to say it's very nice and interesting for us to go as a group and do things as a group. When we are doing things as a group, you'll find that there's another young person probably who needs to be kept together, who needs to be motivated to do things. And also, it's easy for us to enjoy doing things in a group. And also, it's easy for us to canoe, to hike, cycling with so many people going together. It makes it look good, and it also motivates one to move and go forward. Just imagine when you are hiking alone, it's boring. But when you are hiking with so many people, it's easy and nice to hike around. Now, let's come to the benefit components of good camping. Select of site. You need to get a site that it's good for because of the purpose of what you want to cover. Get that site. Water supply must be there, firewood if applicable, sanitation, tent and shelter, fire building. These are the things that you must make sure that they are there. They are very important because if you don't have them, how are you going to survive? Mess facilities, check how many people are coming and all that. Things that you need for you to be there. Right, let's come to nature study. Go to the ants, consider their ways. That is Proverbs 6, verse 6. And consider the lilies of the fields, how they grow. Matthew 6, verse 28. The Bible invites us to look at nature. In other words, let's look at nature, how nature makes ants, lilies to grow, the ants to survive. So now if they are able to survive, we can also survive when we go out there. We can be able to do things when we go out there. There is something that says when you go out for the outdoor, there are other things that you must leave at home, but use stuff that you get out. It's something that it's good. Let's have the mind of the ants, how they live, how they survive. God provides. If we go out, tell your pathfinders, God is going to provide for us if there's a situation that comes. Right, objectives of nature study, to interest the pathfinders in the things of nature rather than to teach them. To arouse their curiosity so that they can make their own discoveries. This is something that God intends that each one of us will continue to do through all eternity. Develops inquiring minds. Nature is God's other book. seeing, hearing, and understanding. You know, when you hear the sound of a waterfall coming down from those mountains, it's something that is nice, beautiful, and even your mind, it changes the way you think and the way you take things, right? These are things that are objectives of nature study, and also character development through study. When you study nature, there is character development. During the week, I was listening to 702 in the afternoon, and they were talking, probably maybe some of you also listen to 702, the radio station. There is a talk that was there where they were talking about a garden. And one of the ladies, she comes and says, I had some problems because I went to coma through, and when I came out, I had some challenges of breathing. I had some challenges of remembering things that I used to do before. But now she says she started doing gardening. And now when she's doing gardening, gardening does something to the body. Gardening does something to the mind. When you take care of those flowers, you take care of those trees, it becomes something that looks like it's a rehab to your mind by doing that. So now I also encourage us that let's go out there in nature, because this is where we will be able to refresh our minds and do things and think things on a different way. Sometimes some people will say when at home you fight with your relatives, your friends, sometimes just go out, take a walk in the bush, take a walk, but I cannot say in the bush because, you know, we are living in a place that is not good. Probably go to a park and take a walk in a park. By doing that, it refreshes your mind, right? Let's come to nature study methods. You know, nature study, it's an adventurous and thrilling. In other words, you go out to different places, you experience many things, and you do so many things that you have never done. Like if you can look at this picture, it says here, "Uyaphi uJomo ufuna ukufa." I mean, there is some nature there that is showing some waterfall at the end, but now I don't know what this guy was trying to do. They probably was trying to go through that waterfall, the trees and all that. It's something that other people, they want to take a risk to do. When you go to Victoria Falls, there is something that they call bungee jumping. Some people, they do that bungee jumping and it makes them to feel good and all that. But to be honest with you, I love hiking, I love outdoor. But when it comes to the bungee jumping, there's a boundary there. Yeah. Yeah, I went to Victoria Falls and I remember when I was there, I went to that place for the bungee jumping. I paid the money. After paying the money, then these guys who were in charge, they gave me those belts and those things that you put around yourself. After putting, I said to them, please take me a picture. They took me a picture. After taking a picture, then I said to them, this is the end of the road. They're saying, are you not jumping? I said, no, 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 I'm not jumping. I just came here to take pictures and to weather. This is where I am. But there are some people that will take the extra mile to do those things that are being provided with the nature. Practical observation, investigation, or experimental is what nature study is all about. And listen to this point, do it outside. In other words, go out there, do it outside. Instructors must love nature and guide discovery rather than forced learning. In other words, when you're an instructor, you need to love nature. You must be able to research, you must be able to guide other people, and you must be able to discover other things so that when you go with people, make sure that people, they trust you and also they will understand what you are teaching them on whatever that you are encouraging them to do. And also make collection. You can have a club museum at a local church, or you can have a museum in your house of things that you are collecting wherever you go. It also gives memories. Make graphics like charts and graphs. When you're doing those charts and graphs, in other words, you are going through the study of the nature and how you want it to reflect to you in a time whereby you'll be sitting and you are saying, I want to remember things that I've done before. It's very, very important, right? Let's come to this other part also on the nature study that says you need to record each and everything that you do, wherever you go, whatever that you do with your kids, have a record. Keep the record. The record will be able to have you. Use competition and games. In other words, when you're out there, do some games, do some competitions. When I say competitions, I mean do some activities that can make you to enjoy the out of door, so that your partners cannot say it's boring here, but do something that will make them to enjoy. Get out and stay out. Hikes and trips, individual and groups projects. Build a club honor resource. Use a variety of books and videos, right? This one is very important that says, build a club honor and resources. It's very, very important, right? As I'm closing now, because we are coming to the part of time for questions, I just want to end and say, you must love out of doors for you to be able to enjoy. And also make sure that when you are going out there, everything that you are doing, you know, if you don't know, get somebody that knows how things are done and be able to do them. Let's go out there and enjoy nature. Nondaba, thank you so much. Time for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ngono. I love the comments.
And I did not see even one comment. Hey, you know, when you're presenting, you don't even know what people are saying.
I loved the comments, especially the one from Pastor Manyani and Kabai Piwe, which says, so in order for you to stop littering, you need to get married. They will know, both of them, they will know why I singled out their comments. Pastor Manyani and Kabai Piwe, they will know why I singled out their comments.
Tell them, Nondaba, they must get married.
I'm saying nothing. Now it's time for questions. Any questions? Let's raise our hands. Or let's write on let's write on the chats. Unfortunately, today there's a lot of people from KNFC that are also saying, well done, Mkwenyan.
Yeah, because I'm Mkwenyan was a KNFC, so yeah. Yes.
Questions, Bazalwane? Agrippa Mamunza, the inclusion of personal experience in the presentation was relevant and great. Thanks. Uzamogutle Ngono says, great presentation.
That is my wife.
We did not ask.
I'm telling you.
Utavunga Maveta says, well presented. Thank you, leader. Sabelo Hlachwaya says, thank you so much. Pinky Mahlangu, thanks for the presentation. Sister Keroni, let me see, Sister Keron Himbotwe is saying, here's the question, is the khaki shirt and black socks boys and girls for camping or even the white? We're going back to the uniform.
Okay, on that one, yes. On that one, probably, let me say this, Nonda. Remember our uniform, it has got class A, class B. For the white, I would probably say when we go for camps, we wear white shirts, especially on Sabbath, because it's a Sabbath, and that's where we wear our white shirts. And when it comes to the khaki, We normally wear the khaki shirts during the week in a camporee when we're doing flag raising and flag lowering, or when we go for witnessing, because the khaki shirt, it doesn't get dirty easy. Or we can wear our t-shirts during the camp. When it comes to the socks, I know people, they are always confused when it comes to the white socks and the black socks. But let's remember our uniform presentation that we were given yesterday. It mentions that the socks for the girls, they are white. Pastor Kumalo mentioned something that says they are what is this name? Reviewing the uniform booklet. In our conference, if I remember well, there's something that was sent to the division that says, please consider the fact that the white socks, they get dirty when we go in outside to camps. So probably include the black socks for the girls so that they can wear black socks when they are wearing their khaki shirts in the camp. I think this is probably, they are going to put it, probably they will clarify it in a way that says, when you are wearing your white shirt, wear your white shirt and wear your white socks because we are doing an official program. When you are wearing your khaki shirt during camporees, wear your black socks because you are out there in the bush. I think it makes sense what I'm trying to say, Mr. Say.
But I like the part where you are saying this is still a suggestion.
Yes.
Yes. For now, what we know is that there is no black socks with the uniform except for males.
Yes.
Yes. Let me read a few here. All these are thank yous. Fezile Ngobo, is a pocket knife allowed for camping in the wild?
Yes, it's allowed. I have a pocket knife that has got a compass there, and it's called a Rambo knife. It's allowed because you need to use it when you are going there for camps. It's part of your equipment. But the other thing, remember when you're doing your camping skills 3 and 2, there's a place where it talks about the knife, and there are safety rules when it comes to that. You need to know how to use the knife. Just to mention one, it says, don't give the knife to somebody with a sharp point facing to that person. So it's allowed to use it, but you must know how to use it.
Camping skills 1. Umamuzodwa Mchunu from Mamelodi is asking for clarity on how to use the scarf when swimming.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could demonstrate that, but Linda, what time is, because I think what do I still have time?
I think your presentation is about an hour and a half.
Yeah, it was an hour and I was supposed to finish it at 10:30, if I'm not.
Yes.
So I still have time. Okay, maybe we can go through these other questions, then I'll get another scarf and then I can demonstrate that because I still have time.
Okay. Others are saying, when are we having our camping? That's an answer. That's a question for the pastor. Bongan Lunga says, I loved the camping motto that says, leave nothing but footprints, take nothing but pictures. Powerful indeed. As leaders, let's lead by example. I have seen most leaders usually collect things on the campsites. Let's inspire others before we expire. Monica Mulea, a child gets very sick at camp. Are we allowed to give medication? If the West goes to the West, won't you be blamed for trying to treat the child? I see the hands, Velvet and Cynthia, Mam Cynthia Dlamini, we are coming to you. Yes, Ntandas. Unmute, Pella.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. On that one, Nondava, there's something that I want to mention. On the part of medication and all those things. When we go for camps, there is a form that each and every child must fill that we call indemnity form. Leaders don't go to camps without parents filling those indemnity forms. In other words, I'm saying, don't go to a camp without knowing the conditions of your kids. If your kids have got whatever conditions, when they've got allergies, I saw somebody, they also wrote about the issue of allergies. Make sure those kids, they come with their equipment. They come with their medication. There's a part in my presentation where I mentioned that you must have a first aider. You must have a qualified person who's a first aider. That person who's a first aider must get in touch with the parents of that child that has got allergies, of that child that has got whatever problem that is there. So that as a first aider, or you have got a nurse or a doctor that you are going with, they will be able to know and get instructions from the parents. When this happens, when that happens, this is what you need to do and all those things. And once that it's said to this person, they sign the indemnity form. The problem is that we go to camps without indemnity form, without parents signing things. And now whatever that we do that side, sometimes we do things that we don't know. And at the end of the day, when we come back, parents say, you made my child sick. But if the indemnity form is signed, the parents, they give instructions on how to treat their kids and all that. It makes me as a leader to be on the safe side. Because I will also even call the parents and say, your child, we gave your child this, but it looks like the medication is reacting and all those things. That's why there's a part also that I mentioned, have connection, report back to the parents.
And also maybe to add, I went for first aid training, I think last year, November. It was not done by Adventists, but I was surprised by things that the trainer said. He said, as a first aider, you might have your certificate as a first aider, but you are not allowed to give out any medication. The law does not allow. He mentioned quite a few things. Just a headache tablet. It's against the law to give anyone a headache tablet if you are not someone that is allowed to give out medication. But what surprised me more, he even said, the thing that us Adventists love to just give to anyone at any time, charcoal. Charcoal is medication. You are not supposed to give, you are not allowed to give anyone to take charcoal. I was like, wow. Then we go to the hands, velvet.
Nondaba, can I take this one? Uzolani is writing something. He says, what are worst conditions that cannot allow a child to attend a camp, even if he wishes to? Yeah. You see, what I can say on this part, administration probably can come in on this one. In other words, there is something that as a club, we say we need to have a register, we need to, in fact, let me put it this way. Pathfindering is not about money. Pathfindering, it's about commitment in the club. Pathfindering, it's about being involved. Pathfindering, it's about attending practices, like coming to practice, doing everything as a club. There is something that normally happens. You find that there is a camp that is coming in 3 months' time. There are pathfinders that don't come for practices, they don't attend anything. But because the camp is closer, they are now coming because they've got moolah, they've got money. Probably, Zolana will say to you, that is one of the things that can stop a child not to go to a camp because of that. Because this child is a pathfinder, but this child is not committed to the club. The child is only committed to the events. Pathfindering, it's not only an event-based program. It needs you to be involved. You must be there. For example, as for me, if you are a pathfinder and you leave, and you don't attend the club for 3-4 times, and then you're going to start attending next week because we're going for a pathfinder fair, it's gonna be simple. We will say, even if you have got millions, you are not going to the camp. Because when you go to the camp, you are going to be a problem. We don't know how you behave. We don't know how you do things. But when you come to the clubs, we are able to know and see how things are done.
Thank you, sir. Velvet.
Just to Paula kancane kule ndaba yobantwana abagula ecamping.
Okay.
It's also very helpful, particularly into show umthayama indemnity form. I'll use an example of a camp we went to 2014 Kaya Manzi.
Okay.
It's also important that the directors that are bringing the kids have a relationship with the parents. The importance there is that as a director, when you take kids away from parents to a camp or whatever event it is, you should have a relationship that is trustworthy enough that the parents can cede their guardianship for the kids to you as a director. Every club can do it differently, but you could have as part of the indemnity form, as a part where the parent gives you guardianship for the duration of the camp. That also eliminates delays in getting help for the child. Take, for example, we went with Umtwana Amade Wawastwebu from Protea North. Because I have a relationship with the parents, I had temporary guardianship for that child on the duration. When she started acting up, I was, as a director, able to make a call and say, listen, let's take this child to the hospital. When we got to the hospital, I could say to the doctors, treat this child, do whatever needs to be done. And as fate would have it, when we tried to phone the parents, we couldn't get hold of them. Now imagine you don't have that temporary guardianship and you can't make decision for the treatment of the children. So let's also make sure we do get that temporary guardianship when we go for camps.
Thank you, sir. Though we do not have the name of the person who was commenting behind you, but it's fine. Velvet.
Don't have. Hi.
Velvet. Velvet.
Hi.
Hello.
This is Rona.
Oh,
I have a
okay.
question on types of campers. You did mention that there are different types of campers. I only picked one point of static and mobile. Do we actually have other different type of campers?
Okay. What I can say, there is so many different types of camp. It depends with the particular camp that you have. The camp it tells you, like it
Okay,
depends.
so
There are people. Okay, there are people that will come to a camp to come and sit and watch. There are people that will come to a camp to come and check what you as a director are you doing things in a right way. Some of the campers, we don't have their name, like the particular name that we can say this camper is, but it's people that we see doing. Some they are observers. Probably maybe I can put it that way. They come to a camp to observe whatever that is happening. And some there are people that come to a camp and be people who are coming there to help. For example, we went for a hiking 2 weeks ago. There's a parent who came there as a driver. She came to camp driving the car, and she sat there the whole day when we were hiking, while some of us were doing activity.
okay.
And I asked, "Are you going to be fine?" Then she says, "I enjoy what I'm doing. To drive my kids, my wife, come here and sit here. They do what they love, and then they come. We go home." That's what I can say.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mam Dlamini.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, just for one question. What do you do as a director if you are working with counselors, instructors? When you are going for a camp, they tell you that they can't sleep in the tent, they've got phobia. they will only go to the camp if there are rooms and all those things. So what do you do in that situation?
It's simple, they must stay at home.
Okay, thank you.
Remember, there's a purpose. Remember when I started my presentation, I said, you need to have a purpose of going to the camp. And when you're having a purpose of going to the camp, for example, if we are saying we are going to do an outdoor camping where we are doing camping skills 1, 2, 3, and 4. Camping skills 1, 2, 3, and 4, it says to you, you must camp in a tent. So now, that person who doesn't want to sleep in a tent, that person must stay at home. Let me say this, leaders, when it comes to camping, when it comes to the rules and regulations of camping, they are just simple and straightforward. It's either you follow, you are in, or you are out. Because if you don't follow, then it means we're gonna have a problem when we get there. So you want a chalet, you don't have a chalet, a Kruger National Park where there are animals, but they give us a space where we put our tents. So stay at home.
Thank you.
Just another
Thank you,
thing,
ma'am.
there's also somebody who wrote on the charts here who was also asking about what do we do to parents who don't want to listen to the rules and regulations that are given by the directors when we go to camps and all that. It's simple. Stay at home. Don't go with those people. If you are supposed to go with 5 people to a camp, let it be. Don't go with, remember there's a statement that I also mentioned that says, don't be a nuisance.
Yeah.
Don't go with people who are going to be a nuisance because you as a director, you are not going to enjoy that camp. Camp is for fun, enjoyment. So let's go with people that are going to make camping enjoyment and all that. And the last one that I can say on this one, don't take somebody who is not connected to the kids because the church board said, yeah, Umamubani is free.
We are paying
So
for
now
her.
we are voting for her to go. Don't allow such as a director. Go with somebody that has got love at heart for the kids, somebody who's going to take care of kids. We don't go with people because they've been voted by the church board and they are free.
Let's take the 3 hands. Zolani.
Okay. My question actually was based on the physical ability of a child. I know that in our Pathfinders, we've got kids who are physically unable to do some of the activities. What could be the plans that we bring in order to make sure that we put them as part of activities that we'll be engaging in? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, on that one, what I can say, Zolani, is you remember on your planning, you first of all, you need to know the kids that you have and the challenges that they have and all that. So when you sit down, first thing when you go to view the place, remember you cannot just go to a camp without viewing the place and all that. When you go and view a place, you need to consider the fact that probably if you have got a child who is using a wheelchair or a child who is using crutches, and you want your child to be part of the activities and everything, look for a place that will be able to cover that child. This is where I can say you need to start, because doing that, it will make life easy for you as a director and for the parents also to know what this is where the child is going. Or maybe you ask the parents also, somebody that is always taking care of this child, to be also part of that camp, so that that parent or the guardian will be able to assist that child in certain activities and in certain things. And also try to bring your whatever activities that you're doing closer so that that child can be able to be part of. It will be nice to do those games that also involve that in. Probably some of them like hiking, going to the mountain climbing and all that. It will be difficult to do those, but have something that will also cover that child to be there also.
Sfiso Masina.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks, thanks Nondaba, thanks to yourselves and the team. Beautiful presentation and very refreshing. I mean, I might have missed it and maybe you covered it, but it's a small, you know, step process guide. If you are going to go on camping, the risk assessment part, when do you encourage we do it? I mean, do we send someone ahead and then they bring back the report to incorporate into our planning, or on arrival, we do a refresher, you know, type of risk assessment on the venue that we are at and all of that. So, and so that the parents, when they release the kids and give us the indemnity, they are fully aware of the risks and we can highlight the risks and the mitigations that are associated with what we are going to encounter. So, I mean, it's a two-pronged, before and after. Do we send someone, and the report when it comes back, you know, how do we deal with the risk assessment question as well? Thanks. Otherwise, great work to the team.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, on that part, I would say, first things first, you look for the venue and get all the information from the owners of the venue before you can come and do all other things that you are planning and all that. In other words, you need to go and assess the venue and see and check all the risk and all those things. That is very important. That one, you do it first before you do your planning, because you are going to do your planning according to what you are going to. Okay, you're going to do your planning according to what you have seen on that particular venue. And also remember the theme and the purpose of your camp. Also, it will help you to check on the things that would be involved in the risk and all those things. For example, if it's a place where there is obstacle courses, you check those things. Are they being used every day? Or it's obstacle courses that haven't been used for years? If they haven't been used for years, then you check them. Are they really? You test them yourself so that you can see. When you come back, you've got pictures, you've got proof. You tell the parents there's obstacle courses. I've used them, they are tagged, it's fine, and you give that report to the parents.
It's also part of planning and programming. When you want to go to a camp, you do all the checking. You check the facility as a whole, and also check. You do a risk assessment of the facility, like what Mtandazo just said. If there's an obstacle course, you go with people maybe of my weight or even less to check, can it carry such a weight and all that, so that when you bring the children, you are sure that everything has been checked and it's okay, it's safe for everyone, whatever the weight or whatever the height, they can fit in that thing. It is done whilst we are planning for the camp. The last hand that I see is...
I can use you as the weight checker, ne?
Yeah, it's fine. Thokozile Ndlovu.
Okay.
Wangena sowuhleka nje.
Thank you so much. Ngiyabonga baba. Mina ngithanda ukubuza umbuzo onje. Ubhuti Mthandazo mentioned.
Please, sorry, can you use English, Thokozile? We've got people here from
Thank you.
abroad.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Okay. Okay, you mentioned the issue of going to the camp in a place whereby, let's say that area, we need to close the gates for the protection of kids and so forth. Maybe there are animals, things like that. Of course, the leaders, we can do that. But there is this naughty child or these naughty children that will go behind our back and do that and open the gates or jump over the fence and do all that thing and end up getting hit. Then how are we going to handle that situation?
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes.
Dondaba, can you answer that one? I know you.
So,
I know
sorry.
you. It's your specialist on that.
Sorry, I was reading the questions on chat. What was the question?
She's asking Uguti, when you go, there's a point that I said, in a campsite that is demarcated, there are gates and all that. Use the
Yes.
gates to go out so that you make sure we leave the place the way we found it.
Yes.
But you find out there's a child who will jump the gate behind our back, and then they will get hurt and all those things. So now she's asking, how do you deal with those kids?
Okay, firstly, that's why when we do such camps, when we do camps as the conference, we always, when we send letters to churches, we send them with indemnity forms for parents. That's one. And also in the letters, we also ask the churches to send the children with the guardians. The church pays for the guardian. Unfortunately, most of the time, the guardians do not do their jobs. In one camp, the director was not happy until he decided to say he does not want the guardians anymore. What guardians were doing at that camp, every day they would wake up and go sleep under the trees in the shade. They were not looking after children. They were not doing anything. I remember when we were at the SID Campori last year, for each class that kids had to attend, they had the guardian had to register them first, had to register and say, I'm from such and such a place, I have 5 children, these are their names. In that way, the guardian is making sure that the children are everywhere in their eyes all the time so that they don't misbehave. The reason why we will have kids jumping the fence when they are not supposed to jump the fence, it's because the guardians are not doing their job. We will help the child as people who are running the camp. It's a mistake, but we will have a good tongue lashing with the guardian for not having done their job. We will help the child. We will take care of the child because it's not their fault. A child plays, even when it's a funeral, everyone is crying, you will find children running around and play. But if people that are tasked with looking after the children are not doing their job, then we will have such things. But we will take care of the child if something like that happens. We will not penalize the child. Instead, we will speak to the guardian. I hope I answered correctly. I see the questions. Whilst Ntandazo is preparing the scarves, the wheelchair part was answered. Vuisaga Keza, over and above the rules and regulations of camping, as a director, choose a team that enhances the objective of the club and our team players. Taking just anyone is shooting yourself in the foot. You can't pull the work off on your own. Yes. So, Nontobego, what was your question? You saying your question was not answered. I saw Godfrey had his hand up. Do you still want to ask your question, sir? Please raise your hand if you still want to ask your question. Dupwa. But he wrote here, oh, okay, there he is. Yes, sir. Godfrey.
Morning, leadership.
Yes, sir. Morning.
Thank you so much for a wonderful presentation. And what Brother Ngono, the general, has been saying and has put, it's really important. About 4, if not 5 years ago, I attended a hiking that was organized by one of our local churches. And we went there with my local club as a club leader. I was not in the federation there. We went there with our club, and it was quite disappointing where an incident happened. We were going up the Barberton Mountains, and it has two stages. You get to a stage where the rest of the people can stay and relax, and then you go to the last mile. It takes plus or minus 3 hours to go that mountain. And when we came back from that mountain, only to find that there were 2 kids who had been injured, and the organizers of that hiking did not know what to do. And when we left, because we knew there was a director there were people who had organized Tina as invitees. We were just go there to support. And when we called the elder of the church that had organized that, and the elder was like, "No, you guys, where you hiked, I know there's a gravel road, so my I'm ayosikega," which means he was afraid that his tires were going to be cut by the gravel road. We had to run down to go get our own car from down the mountain, and carried some of the kids that were injured into those things. But because it was poorly planned, there was no backup plan for when such things happen. We had to suffer the consequences, and we had to take over the directing of all those things. But the challenge is when we do things without plan, it could have been fatal. Those 2 kids ended up going into the hospital. The other one got injured because instead of using the toilets that are there, she decided to go into the bush. And when she went into the bush, apparently she slipped and fell and rolled down a bit. That's when she broke her arm. So those are the things that we say. And when we asked the first aid, especially when we got there, we were told, no, the first aid is here, everyone is here before we went up the mountain, only to find that the person that they were saying is a first aider says, no, I did first aid long time ago. I can't remember anything, when we were now asking questions. So it's very important what the general is put forward, the presentation. That's why I'm always saying, I think it should be mandatory in that church leadership, irregardless that they want to join master guides in training, they must go through the basic staff training, all of it, even if they don't want to be master guides and what. It helps them understand, everyone who will be in leadership, to understand the basics of this ministry. I thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm being told our time is done. Can I just ask one question? Unontobeko was asking a question. What do you do with parents who sort of say, "Bona, they have connections. I can speak to the conference director. They pay directly to the conference director. They come to camp. You are the leader at camp," and they just say, "But the conference director said." So how do you handle such? They pay separately from the club. They don't want anything to be involved when they don't want to be involved with the club in preparations. When they also take their kids there to camp and prepare. I've seen that happening. Parents saying, "No, we are not camping. We just came to pitch tents for our children, and then we leave." How do you handle such as the leader, as someone who has prepared for the camp?
Okay, this one, Lindan, I think what I'm going to say, you'll also probably you're going to say. We are a club, we are a unity, we do things together. If you want to do things alone, go open your own club.
Yeah, yes.
Simple and straightforward. Some of the things I think I want to say to the leaders, you must stop buying faces of the parents at the expense of the kids. They can have connection with the director, they can have connection with the pastor, they can go to the pastor and pay the money to the pastor at the conference. When we get to the campsite, they must go and camp with the pastor, not with my club. Because as a club, we sit down and plan together how we are going to camp, how we are going to make food, how we are going to, that very same person that went to pay to the conference, when we are going to eat porridge on Tuesday during the camp, the same child is gonna phone the parents and say, they are making me eat porridge here. It's because that child and the parents were not involved in our planning. So it's simple. You go, Father Nobu off ramp, we are going straight to Pretoria, and you off ramp, you go to Midrand. Go to Midrand, we are going to Pretoria. It's simple, straightforward. Let's do things just as even, make life easy. And remember, there's a point that I mentioned, that play a game of notifying the church board and the parents. Let the parents know, let the church board know that there is this parent who is planning to go to the camp, but they are going alone. So that at the end of the day, when you come back to the church board will be able to know and say, yeah, but they will defend you because you are representing the church where you are going. They will defend you and say, as a church, we only know 10 pathfinders. This one, the 11th one, we don't know. We know they worship here, but we don't know that they went to the camp. Straight and forward.
Thank you, sir. Please do your demonstration in a minute, and then we move over to the next presentation.
Okay. I hope you see, Lindan. Do you see? Can you see what I'm wearing? These are two scarves. Oh, don't you okay. You're laughing. This is serious business. And I cannot check out my tracksuit because, yeah. But normally when we do this, when we swimming in the river, we will take out our clothes and all that. So don't tell, right? These are your two scarves. The end part of the scarves, the sharp point, you join them together here. After joining them together, and then there's this part here, the longer one on the other side and the longer one on the other side. So this one, it comes in here, and then you need to tie the other side. Right, the only knot that you're using here is your square knot. Right, and then the other side here, you tie it also. Then please tell people not to take a screenshot of me. They must not take a screenshot.
The session is recorded and will be given to people. We don't know what they will do with it.
Please stop the recording. Okay, so now if you check here, now, this is my bikini. And then this is the back part. That's how you use your scarf to make your bikini during the camps. There's a manual that has got the pictures. It shows all the different types. I think it's more than 20 of them, the different types of using the scarves. So just to end and say, the scarf is not just for decoration when we put it here. There is so many things that you use with that scarf. I encourage everyone who is here, don't go to a camp hiking with your pathfinders without wearing a scarf. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, General. Unfortunately, because of time, we cannot entertain the two hands that are raised, Doreen Stolle and Chief. Maybe at the end of the Cosmtandas will still be here, and other leaders will still be here. At the end of the next presentation, maybe you'll be the first ones to ask questions. Can we move on to the next presentation, which is drill and march. Drill and march and ceremonies. I've got nothing to say to Pastor Manyan. Elder Jobo. Elder Jomo?
Is he now an elder?
Because he's old.
Yeah, he is very old. Yeah, no. When you say that, yeah, this one is very, very old.
Okay, Commander Jomo. Commander Jomo. I'm trying to.
It's attention. It's attention.
I'm unmuting him, but I'm asking him to unmute so he's not doing the things.
I say attention is gonna respond.
Or he came in on his own, not with his daughter.
Can you please unmute Mr.
Okay, I'm doing that. I'm on him. There you go, sir.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yes, our next presenter, who's presenting to us drills and ceremonies, which is the last module on the Pathfinder Basic Staff Training, is we know him as Jomo. Jomo is his surname. The name is Elmon. He is the commander of the Trans-Orange Forces when it comes to marching. When we have to do anything marching, the person we go to is Elmon Jomo. Over to you, sir.
Right, thank you so much for all the presentations that have been done. My time is 10:47. I was supposed to have an hour, right, at 10:30 to 11:30. So I'm not sure how we are going to do to
You
go
will
about.
you will still have an hour, sir. You still have your hour, sir. Yes.
Right, let's get to business. I hope you are able to see my screen.
We can see it, John.
All right, we are going to start with our presentation on drill and marching. But remember, we are doing BST, drill and ceremonies. So I'm going to cover a lot of things here. If we were to do this face-to-face in a meeting somewhere, it would be much different from what we are going to do here. So those who are attending this session need to know that you are. Yes.
Elmon, please go out and click on your presentation and then share. Because right now we're only seeing the part before you clicked on your presentation.
I did click on share, right? There's the presentation.
It's not on our screens yet. There you go. Now click the projector thing at the bottom. Yes. There you go, sir. Yes, sir. There you go.
Right. So I don't know what happened. I did the same thing. Okay. So I am saying for those who are here to attend this session, they need to know that it is incomplete to only have the theory. So please, wherever you are, just ensure that you get to have a session with your instructors so that you are able to understand this module. So I've been presenting this for a number of years now in different areas and different parts of the conference. And there are a number of questions that have come about in so many things. This particular topic of drill and marching, it's one that causes many people to fight, and I don't know why. There are so many differences and different opinions on such matters. But I would like us to ensure that we focus on the idea or the notion that we are doing this for the sake of our children
and also focusing on what the SID has given us. So I title every presentation that I do on drill and matching, the anatomy of the drill and match. Now, there is something that I believe in. When you stop learning, you stop growing. As people, we need to learn every day. Some of us might have done Master Guide 10 or 15 years ago, and we still want to do things the same way. We need to understand that things change. Let us not force kids and force ways trying to make sure that we do things as they were done 15 or 20 years ago. I will also show you a number of things that shows that as a church, we are not stationary, we move forward in terms of this ministry. So I want to encourage people who are here. You are doing basic staff training. Do you have that manual for basic staff training? If you do not have it, you can see it on screen. That's the first one there. Please make sure you have it. Because what we have done here does not cover everything in detail. Go back and study that manual and get all the notes and equip yourself. If you continue learning from that manual, you will be able to grow in this ministry. You can't also be a leader and you do not have the Pathfinder administrative manual. It also has things that involves the item of drill and matching. So please have that also. And then there is the major one, which is the Pathfinder drill manual, which is from the SID. I don't talk about other things. There are people who would come and expect me to talk about a manual that is not SID. I am SID, we are SID. So make sure when you talk to me or you talk to any child about drill and matching, talk about the SID. So that is very key, because that is what causes all the confusion, where one would come with a manual that does not have the drills that are required in the SID. So before, the SID did not have, such a manual and also the DVD that was done. There is a saying that say, a dog barks at a moving car or a moving person. When the SID had nothing, it was quiet. But now that we have something to talk about. So it doesn't bother me when we have much talks about what is contained in the SID manual. It was an initiative of the SID, and from here it will be improved so that we're able to get the best out of the drills that we have. So please, whatsoever question or whatsoever item you may want me to address, please ensure that it is in the SID. So we also have those. I read a lot of books in terms of this. So I have done a lot of extensive research in terms of this, even going to the police, even going to the army, in order to understand what is it that we can improve, how are we supposed to do certain things. When you look at what my presentation has everything that comes from what I have shown you, from the drill manual, from the basic staff training, administrative, the drill owner, which is in the GC website. There is also this document from the SID, compiled by the SID youth director. I don't know if you have it. The 48 tips and answers to commonly asked questions. It's a question answer document. It answers most of the questions that people would have. So I would advise you, if you do not have it, try and get it so that you are able to have answers to the questions that you may have on issues of the youth ministries. And then we also have drill and matching, which is the advance. Now, for those of you who are here, please do visit the website. Sometimes we look intelligent. Sometimes we look as if we know more than you. We do research. Go to the website, get the manuals that you're supposed to get, empower yourself, read them, and then you grow. So this will help you as a leader to be able to defend and answer questions on issues of the ministry that you're in. It does not mean you will have answers to everything. I don't have answers to everything, but every day I learn. Whenever I go and present, whether it is in the KNFC, whether it's in the TOC, whether it's Swaziland, wherever I go and present, I learn from people every day. And in doing so, we grow. So please visit that website, GC Youth Ministries, and get all the manuals you can have, all the material you need. They're just there. Now, food for thought. It doesn't matter how many resources you have. If you don't know how to use them, it will never be enough. So if you have all those manuals, use them properly. You must know when to use the administrative manual. You must know when to go to the SID manuals. Remember, as people who are in the SID, we are supposed to consider what the SID has put for us to do before we even go to anything else. I had a discussion with Pastor Lupondwane when I was discussing issues of the drill and march, the inconsistencies and the things that are causing chaos. He advised and said, the GC manual, it's a resource, it's a backup in case the SID does not have something that you need. It is not the first item that we must run to, but we must run to the SID because it is the governing body that tells us what to do in terms of drill and marching and other items. Now, I have made this deliberate that I would not type in most of the slides, but I would actually put pages from the manual so that we understand that when we speak of these things, they do not come from me. Because some people have actually thought that I'm the person who came up with the drill manual. I'm the person who came up with the DVD, which it's not me. It's a division initiative. When I speak here, I promote the division initiative. An elder in a church promotes the manual, the church manual of the church, and ensures that people do things according to what is required, not what I want. So when we deal with these things, let's do away with the preferences. There are a number of things that we do not like. Some people would come and say, I do not like the poses in the drills. I do not like this in the drills. Yes, there are a number of things that we do not like. It can be improved if we do it in the right way so that our drills and our manuals can satisfy all of us. And we have seen that the pastor indicated that there will be changes in the booklet that we have, hoping which there will also be changes in the drill manual such that it covers everyone. When I was speaking to people from Malawi and other people from Zambia, they were saying to me, why are we imposing the drills to them? Because they are strictly South African. It is a challenge that we must overcome, so that the drills that are shown in the DVD and also in the SID manual, they are inclusive of what others are doing in other places. The DVD, it says to us, pastor says to us, the drills are SADC drills that are improved, that are approved within the area of SADC. However, the challenge is that something that can be SADC recognized, it may not be SADC common. It may not be done in all the areas of SADC. So when doing such an important DVD and also a manual, it must be inclusive. It may be expensive, but it must be inclusive of all the areas that are covered in the SID so that everyone may feel that they are part of and they are represented within this, so that we may not have the questions and the rejection of such an initiative by the SID. What are we required to do in BST? In drill ceremonies, it is a 60-minute thing. And then also we need to know that to develop a theoretical and practical understanding of the benefits that a pipe finder and a pipe finder club can obtain through a program of drill and ceremonies, to become confident in the ceremonial procedures connected with the Pathfinder Club. So we are supposed to do such in this particular presentation, although there is extension of what we are supposed to do based on other manuals that we need to have gone through. Right. You are supposed to know the opening and closing ceremonies, basic drill commands, and all those things. This is found in the BST manual. So what resources do you need in order for you to be able to do that? You can see you need to go and visit the division Pathfinder drill manual. You must not learn this in the perspective of the NAD. You must not learn drills according to South Pacific. You must not do drills according to how the Asians do drills. We need to do them according to what the SID wants us to do things. And remember, you are the SID, you are there. So if you have any input in these things, you are free to contact the office of the pastor and make your own suggestion such that it can be implemented if need be. But remember the hierarchy in dealing these things. With these things, as people or commanders or leaders in the church, we liaise with our conference. Then our conference director sits in the advisory board of the union and passes your suggestion. And also from the union, the director sits in the advisory board of the division where the law and also the policies are made. So whatever comes out of the SID, we as leaders, we must have input in it. And how do we do that? We follow the hierarchy in doing these things. Instead of making too much noise when something has been done, we need to correct things, we need to speak, we need to advise each other. When you deal with the drills and ceremonies, what does it say? You do it according to the division drill manual. So I'm happy that our division has a manual, and therefore we are going to follow that manual today. Right, what are we going to do? The anatomy of the drill and marching philosophy objectives, basic drill. We're also going to have a view of the drumline, flag protocols, the advanced drill and guidon. I'm not going to talk much about that. It's a presentation that I use in many areas. Proverbs 22 verse 6, we have read that verse. Ephesians 4 verse 6, we have also seen such a verse in previous presentations, so I'm not going to go through them. But what is important to me is Matthew 18:6 and the verses that follow. If anyone causes one of these little ones to whom who believe in me to stumble, it would be better for them to have a large millstone hung around their neck and be drowned in the depths of the sea. As we sit here, some of you are training to become leaders. Do you know the responsibility that you are taking? Do you know that as you are going to become a commander or an instructor or a master guide, you are going to be handling 40 to 50 kids, some 100 kids who belong to certain parents, and you will be the parent of those kids at that particular time? Would you cause these little ones to stumble, or would you lead them to the right direction? As you are giving that command, is that command something that can lead a child to a right way? Or is it a command that will entertain and only incite the child to do more wrong? So we need to look at such things. If you consider those other verses, 2 Peter 2 verse 21, it would have been better for them not to have known the right way than for them to have known and still turn away from the law given to them. A verse that pushes me, I could have left the ministry long ago, but there is a verse that always reminds me to say, to him who knows to do good and does not do it, it is to him it is sin. So every day when I wake up, every time I look at a club and feel like I want to step back and sit, that verse comes to mind and say, if I do not come in, if I do not help, if you do not help, then it is sin, because you would know what to do. You know the good that you can do, but we decide not to do it. So those are the things that pushes us into dealing with this. So I'm saying you need to be proudly SID. Now, the Pathfinder Club is one of the avenues of the Youth Ministries Department that instills discipline in Pathfinders who are 10 to 15. Drilling and marching is one of the key activities of the Pathfinder Club. The manual before you seeks to understand, to standardize drilling and marching. That is the purpose of the manual, to ensure that within the SID territory, we do the same thing. In as much as we can sing in Japanese, you can sing in whatsoever, using the same hymn book, same note. Why are we failing in a small territory to be able to do things in the same way? It is a revised edition of the former East African Division Pathfinder Drill Manual. So we have our own in the SID, but it is revised from the former Eastern African Division. There's a lot of things that have been taken from such a manual. So this comes from the manual of drill and marching, and you can see it written down there, Busikumalo. So it is a division initiative and it is a division manual. The philosophy, the objectives, the philosophy of the drill and marching, it is centered on the objectives of the drill. So we have read such a comment or a quote from Ellen White, and the pastor read it on Friday. So I'm not going to go through, we should know it by now. Now, I want us to go to the objectives of the drill and marching. If we had a one-on-one session, I would ask you, what is the purpose? Why are we doing drills and marching? Why are we doing drill and marching? You should be able to know why do we do things. There are objectives of the Pathfinder. They are different from this. So some people will be saying, it is to take the keys to Christ and so forth. It is to have order and all those things. But we need to understand that if we are going to do drills and marching, we have these objectives and we need to be able to understand them and be able to implement what is given to us. I'm trying to ensure that I'm able to see everything on my screen. I'm not sure if, yes, let me turn this laptop so that I can be able to see everything properly. Now, the objectives of the drill. Why do we have the drills? First of all, it teaches fellowship. What does that mean? It means friendly association, especially with people who share one's interest, helps one to learn, to take others, and also to follow them. Fellowship, we are there with one another. We ensure that everyone is safe. We ensure that we share the same goals. When you are in the parade, when you are within the squad, you must know that you are not there alone. You are there with people and you need to ensure that all of you share the same interest. If the interest is to provide and to do proper drill, let everyone within that club be at the same level. It is said that in some clubs you would see that the inconsistencies in the moving of hands, the feet and everything, you will realize that it is not the same. So we need to ensure that we teach that fellowship. We make sure that people learn together, they work together so that everything can become better. So the R stands for respect, regard for right for others. How do you respect others when you don't respect yourself? That is one item that is very important. We need to learn to respect ourselves. So a pathfinder in a particular unit, in a particular squad, needs to respect himself and so that he can be able to respect the person in front, the people on the sides, the one at the back, and also the instructor. Because that means if you respect yourself, then you have the ability to also respect others. Hence, we would have clubs where we have kids who disrespect directors to a point where the director would even resign, because you know very well within our government spheres, you touch somebody's child, they come and stand at the gate of the church, and then there is war within the house of the Lord. So we do not want such issues, but we need to teach our kids to respect. We need to find ways. Not all of us are teachers here, and not all of us have trained possibly in issues of dealing with the child. Hence, we have modules such as child development and all those things. When you do your seminars, take those seriously so that you are able to see beyond the behavior of a child. Now, we also need to understand that there is entertainment within the drills. There is enjoyment within the drills. This is the part where me and many of the leaders, we differ, because I do not agree with a number of entertainment that we do or enjoyment that we do in order to ensure that we keep kids. Do not win kids in a club by allowing them to do wrong. Do not win kids to a club by allowing them to do wrong. You can have 100 kids and they all do wrong things, and then you tell yourself that you are doing better. We are supposed to train these kids to do what is right at all times. Yes, as leaders, we falter and we do mistakes. That is part of growing up. But let's make sure that when we are given the responsibility to take care of somebody's child, we do our level best, that the enjoyment that we give them in the ministry of drill and marching, they do things in the right way. This, you can see there's an arrow there. I do not have the luxury of even showing you videos of the drums that we play, the dancing that we have as we talk about entertainment, the styles that we do as we are drilling, we talk about entertainment and enjoyment. Such things, when people are in the streets, they are watching it, they dance to it and think that in the church, that is what we accept. Remember, this is evangelism on its own. So what we do in the streets, we must also be able to do when we're inside the church, and also on that pulpit. People come to church and they find that what you were doing in the street is not what you are doing in the church. When you come to church, you find that they will find that we hardly even stand up in many churches. You hardly even move and clap your hands. You hardly even dance to the movement, to the rhythm of the song that you are singing. But in the streets, you are doing certain things that do not even represent who you are. So the enjoyment that we are talking about, let it be enjoyment that is within the parameters of Christianity. We have fought for a number of years where we were removing the dancing, which was found in the drill and marching, to what we call precision drill, so that we are able to change the movement of the drills to be acceptable, to be something different, but yet it does not affect who we are, and also does not introduce the child to things of the world. Remember what the pastor said. He said the child that you are leading has received enough entertainment during the week. When they come to church, let us give them Christ. So even in the issues of drill and marching, let them be able to see that we are doing something that resembles a church, and it's done by a child of God, a leader who allows such things. I don't know what the church should do to such, because you cannot be a leader and then you also allow the kids to bring secular songs into the drill and march, and they dance to it and they put it in the drums, and you ask yourself, what song is behind the drum line when we are doing that? So I want to caution us to be careful. Some of us may not be having issues with it, but I would like us to be cautioned that we are still an entity of Christ. We are still representing Christ in whatever we do. We must ensure that we represent Christ. Morale, what are we talking about? The confidence, enthusiasm, and discipline of a person or a group or at a particular time. That is what the drills teach. They teach that each child within the club must be confident. There must be enthusiasm. These children must have discipline. All of them together at once. And they cannot achieve such if the director or the instructor does things the opposite way. Then we have M, where the O, which stands for obedient. Now, it means to learn how to follow rules and regulations. You see, obedience is something else when we come to drill and marching. When a command is given right 10, you don't ask questions why. When a command is given about 10, you don't ask questions why. It's obedient. You have come in so that you obey certain rules. Now, it is not wrong to ask questions. Why do we do such a command? Why do we do that? But the moment we get into a parade, there is no room for asking why. You follow a command. So if a child, if a pathfinder can be able to follow a command of a man, it means they can be able to follow the command of God. When we talk about the Decalogue, your 10 commandments, we are struggling to follow that because we want to bring reason and logic and our own understanding such that we can be able to break some of them so that we can accommodate our iniquity and our wrongdoing and our preferences. But Pathfinder, drill and marching, it teaches how to obey. Let every person who gets into a parade understand that they will be under a command of somebody and they need to obey. Whenever I go to practice session with kids, I don't usually command. I get in the parade. I march with them. I follow a command of a junior. It could be an 8-year-old. It could be a 6-year-old. It could be 11-year-old. If that person says about 10 times, I will do that, I would not ask questions. We need to learn how to follow command. I have a quotation that I always say to people: if you think you are too big to follow, you are too small to lead. Why do you want to lead people when you cannot follow other people's commands? So make sure that you have that in you, that you do not know everything. You must have room to learn from other people. As I am here, I have that room to follow from other people. I learn from people. I learn from kids. I learn from other leaders. So correction is part of the things that we are going to go through as leaders. So we need to learn to be obedient. That's what drills and march teach. They teach obedience. The other O stands for order. You know, I wish we had that luxury of being in a practical situation so that we can demonstrate such things. When we talk about order, the movement of hands, the movement of feet when we are marching, the head, it must be orderly. If we learn to do such things, we become orderly people in this sphere of the ministry. So it helps maintain an organized unit. You become orderly in everything that you do. Whether you are sitting on a table with books, you put them in order because you're an orderly person. Right. We also have leadership. It teaches leadership. How does it teach leadership? That is why I say it is important as an instructor that you pass the skill. I have so many kids. I have so many leaders that I have trained, whom I have passed the skill to a point where some of them can even do much better than me. It does not worry me because when I teach a person, I tell them, I want you to do better than me. It is something that we need to put to the children. We need to give them the skill. When we talk about passing it on, but you are the only person who is always commanding. You are the only person who is always up front. When will the kids learn to lead? When will they gain confidence? When will they learn to take things to themselves and have responsibility and be responsible? So as a leader, learn to pass leadership to the kids. It does not matter whether they are 10-year-old or 11, they can actually do wonders. When it comes to issues of drill and marching, I know many of our leaders here might not be in love with it, but usually kids, they judge you based on drill and marching. If you know Pathfinder, I don't know why, but they look at you. If you cannot march, they even question the presentation that you would even give them. They even question things that you are going to do. When we go to investitures and you find a person doing right, left, or making movements that are not accordingly, the kids would wonder, how did this person pass? They assume drill and march is the entire thing of Pathfinder when it is just less than 1% of the ministry. So make sure you acquaint yourself with this. I will give you the basic commands that you are supposed to know as a leader. All right. Then we have self-control. Drill and march teaches self-control. You stand for a long time. You have to march in a certain position. You have to make certain movements, which may not be something that you like. Take, for instance, if you do not have self-control, I always make this example. We are about to welcome a guest. It could be a president, it could be anyone. And you have been trained on how you are going to march in with the national flag or any other flag. And the person is now here and you want to go to the loo. Self-control. You have to come to a point and say, hey, I need to be strong here because it's time. Because if we change at that particular time, somebody might do things wrong. Self-control. When you are asked to be at standard ease and you're supposed to stand there for some time, you stand at that position, it's self-control. Some are failing self-control, even leaders. When we are marching, you find yourself doing certain things, yet you are at attention. The reason why our drills as the TOC, not going to talk about other people. The reason why our drills as the TOC and our kids are not swift, they are not at a standard, it is because we are reluctant and we do not want to do things that are outside of our comfort zone. You will find people marching according to the drum line. If the drum line is having a song that is housed there and the movement or the rhythm of the drum line says to you, you must dance, you will find the kids moving in a pattern of dancing, self-control. Even if the drum line is out of order, you continue marching according to the orders that you were taught by your leaders. It helps us to be orderly, self-control, to be obedient. These things are grooming a child. When they become older, then they become people who can be able to follow rules. Now, this is what you as a new director, as a new instructor, need to know. It's not much. It's from the SID manual. You need to know attention. You need to know standard ease. You need to know right dress. You need to know right turn, left turn, quick march, halt, and flag raising. That is what is stated in the manual. That is basic for a new director. How do you become one director? And they say at attention, we see you making movements. They say standard ease, we see you making movements. They say right dress, you don't know what that is. They say right turn, you don't know what that is. They say quick march, you are at slow march, you are at forward march. We need to understand those things, the cadence. So as a director, those are the requirements, the basic requirements. Please take note of them. You need to know how to be at attention. You need to know how to be at standard ease. You need to know how to do dressing right and dressing left. You need to know how to do your left turn and your right turns. That includes your about turn, which is it's common. Then you need to know how to do your quick march, halt, and also how to do flag raising as a leader, as a director. Something that you run away from. Let's not run away from such things. You are here because you want to be a master of the pathfinder. You need to be a master of the guides. You need to have your level above that of the kids. Know these things, because as a leader and kids ask you and you have no answers to such things, they even doubt if they can follow you. Hence, in many cases, you would have people asking outside of their church, outside of their director for assistance. And then that causes conflict, because you would say they have passed me. It means they do not recognize me. Ladies and gentlemen, if I am a leader in my church and the kids do not have trust in what I say about the ministry, they will go outside to look for help and I will start fighting. So please make sure you know these basic drills so that you are able to at least do those commands to those kids. It's important for you. Now, I want also to include this, which is also from the manual, the instructor. Since example is usually imitated, the correct bearing of the instructor at all times is of paramount importance. Example as a commander, example as an instructor is important. Let them learn from you. When drilling a unit, he must stand still and correctly to attention. Exaggerated movements of the body, head, and arms are unnecessary. I wish I had an opportunity to make some demonstration. You would find a person making movement about 10 left, right. As the commander, you are doing all these things. They are unnecessary. When you come to a Pathfinder fair, we judge you wrong because you are moving. When you are the instructor, you stand at attention. If your unit moves to the left, you make a turn and face them. It shows how orderly you are when you are the instructor making those drills. So make sure you stay away from those exaggerated commands and the change of the voice. When you are commanding, a command needs to be clear. It needs to be sharp. We cannot be commanding left, right, left, left, right, left. That is not a command. Imagine if God were to say, "Let there be earth, let there be light." It's not God commanding. When we read the scripture, he was commanding things into existence. So I assume that he was commanding, "Let there be light." When you are commanding, let your voice be heard, let it be sharp. It's a command. When you are dealing with these things, you will learn some of these things as you go to PLA and APLA and also those modules. When necessary to move, he should turn and march correctly and smartly, as he would demonstrate. Wandering after the unit being drilled creates a bad example. That is why when you are in a fair, you are judged wrong, because you are following your team. Why do you follow the squad? You must stand still. You command them. You must have them in a range where you are able to see them. If you need to move, you make proper moves. You make your right turn. You march as a leader. You do not make cuts and move in between. And then you have those exaggerated moves. All those things are unnecessary. What for? It's not part of what those kids are learning from you. I'm telling you, kids march according to the instructor. If you were to see my kids, they march the way I march. If you were to see people I have trained, they would copy and imitate the manner in which I march, and therefore they do it that way. So if I were to do things wrong, how many people are going to march wrong? So it's important as a leader in doing these things, you deal with it in the correct way. Demonstration must be correct. When demonstrating movement with the guidon or flags, the demonstrations must be given with the article in question. Do things in a correct way. I will also continue when in the next slide, you will understand the importance of when you have made a mistake, why it is important for you to acknowledge and go back and fix, because it will continue and continue for years, and people will think that's how things are done. The dress and the turnout of the instructor must always be of the highest standard. You find an instructor and a director who has a uniform that is of less standard than the pathfinder. You are a leader, so the uniform must be of a higher standard than that of the pathfinder. So make sure you don't just do BST and master guide for retirement village and retirement purposes. Let's do it because we want to have an input to the kids in our churches. I understand some of us are old. When you are doing this for getting knowledge, yes, it's good. But when you are in church, make sure you even advise the pathfinders and the leaders to say, this is what I have learned when I was doing BST and doing master guide, that you are supposed to do this thing. It is sad to see people in a church in a pathfinder day, they go outside to make demonstration of drills and the drum is playing, and then the song in the drum is something else, and people in the streets are passing and the entire church is dancing to it. Lack of knowledge. Let us make sure that we have enough knowledge about these things so that our kids, even if they don't like it, they need to know what is right and what is wrong. Right. The instructor shall set and maintain a high standard of drill and discipline. This can be achieved by his personal example of skill and discipline, and by adopting a fair and firm attitude as the instructor. This is from the manual. So when you quote these things, you do not quote Jomo, you quote the SID manual so that you are able to defend what you are saying about these things. Now, teaching technique, it also comes from the manual. Now, for you to be able to teach these drills and whatsoever, there must be willingness. Human nature being what it is, two things are necessary. First, the goodwill and the skill of the instructor. Second, since drill is not easy, the ability on the part of the instructor to develop the unit to its maximum potential. How I love to get a club that knows nothing. And then the joy that I have after teaching them, knowing that they have now developed a skill from zero to something else. And I also had the privilege of training elderly people, How I'd love to do that. You would see them after the drills that now they know what they are talking about. They know what they are doing. It is unnecessary. It is unnecessary for you to try and enforce drill when you have a belt on the side, you have a stick, you are trying to beat people so that they can get to understand what you want them to do. That is proof that you as an instructor, you do not have the skill and the necessary moves to be able to have them to learn from you. So please, let's teach ourselves so that you stay away from having a belt and having a stick, a shambok, in order to beat a child to be able to do a right turn. Have tactics that are going to help you to have that child know what to do, what is right. Have tactics so that you are able to help that adult to be able to do the drills. Let's not make them too fancy for them, those who are adult, because you know the bones, they are not going to allow them to make certain movements. Now, lead by example. The unit will be quick to note the instructor standard and set their standard by his. Let your standard be high. Let your standard in drills and marching be high so that the kids, the pathfinders, can actually learn from you. Okay, they will be quick to sum up his character. Though a unit can and should laugh with their instructor, there must never be over familiarity. There is time for laughing. There is time for seriousness. When you get into the drill and we say attention, there is no time for pity talk and all those things. That is what it is. If we don't want it, then we must remove the entire drill from the entire ministry so that we do not have such things. But since we have it adopted so that it can actually help us to have that attention from the street when we are going to do evangelism, let us be able to do things in the right way. The unit will work with you and you can develop them as long as your skill as an instructor is greater than theirs and the activity is pleasurable to them. It's not my writing, it's the writings of the SID manual. Give praise and credit where it is due. Do not press a unit beyond the ability and its capacity. Sometimes we expect them to do certain things that you would know they cannot be able to do. Some, they are not physically built to do certain things. So we may not be in a point to say, since this one cannot do this, therefore we remove them. I remember in Dundee when I was doing drill and marching in the SAU Camporee, after I was so stressed such that each day I would be training plus minus 800 people, plus minus, whether it's plus minus 600 people in a day. And I would be having sessions after sessions. So I did not have time to actually nurse a person to a certain point. So I would push and push. And I remember there was a child who was crying after a session where I said, you know, when after teaching, I would actually say, now I'm assessing you. So therefore, if you're going to make 3 mistakes on the same thing, I'm going to ask you to step aside. So I would actually not even say much. I would look at you and say aside, look at you and say aside. I remember one child crying after that. When I went to that child, I asked, what is wrong? Said, I failed. You removed me. And then I was sympathetic and said, look, join the next crew. Let's not discourage them. We may be harsh at some stage, but let's try and come back to these kids and ask for forgiveness if you have been harsh. It's an element of leadership to ask for forgiveness. If you have been harsh, don't just say, these are children, they must follow my orders. You yourself may not be in a position to follow somebody's orders. And then you expect them to be humble to you, but you do not want to act the same way to those kids. Let's not be too harsh to them in many cases. Right, let me move to the next one because I'm wondering how much time do I have. Short rest. Whenever you're having classes with your kids, have short rest. You cannot have kids marching from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. Don't do that. Don't make kids hate the ministry. Don't make them hate drill and marching. You must have practice sessions that are structured. Be sympathetic, as I was saying. Pathfinders understand instruction. Pathfinders understand instruction must not be allowed to remain in a strained position during demonstration. During demonstrations, questions or explanation. To avoid this, the unit can be ordered to stand at ease. Be specific. The instructor, when correcting faults, should never generalize. That's what we do. We actually demotivate most of the kids when we say all of you are messing up. Let's not generalize. If there is a particular child who's not doing things properly, have time with that child. When the others are continuing, you can actually split them. If you have 40 kids, you split them into groups of 10 or so forth, so that they are able to have that leadership element and command to command themselves while you are dealing with those who are struggling. Acknowledge your mistakes as a leader. To learn, you must love discipline. It is stupid to hate correction. As a leader, we will be corrected at all times. And we need to be able to accept correction. It's an element of leadership. It makes us have a problem with you if you do not allow yourself to be corrected. So it's important to allow correction. Should an instructor make a mistake in his instruction, he will gain prestige by admitting such a mistake and correcting immediately on the next drill. Never to try and bluff and say, no, that's how we do it. No, that's how it has been done. Here, if there are changes. No, you have made a mistake. You have made a mistake. Allow yourself to say, look, I made a mistake on this one. That's not how it is done. I have found out that this is what we need to do. Demonstration is the best lesson. Instructors must bear in mind that the most effective teaching is done through the eye. A quick demonstration is worth far more than much talk and a little action. As a teacher, you would understand, as the pastor had indicated, the different teaching styles and learning styles. One of the best is the one of demonstration and a person being able to do. So activeness, you cannot teach drill and marching like what we are doing now. You are seated, you don't even see what you are supposed to do. So at the end of the day, you will find yourself having theory and not being able to execute these things that we are talking about. Hence, I said, after this, make it your own point that you go to practice with the kids. Get in the parade. Mess up if you mess up. By doing so, you are going to learn. Let them laugh at you if they laugh at you. Let them see that even adults can make mistakes, but in doing so, they come back in order to learn. The instructor should therefore develop a vocabulary of short, incisive words with which he may impress the unit of what is to be done and then demonstrate it smartly and concisely. How I love demonstrations, because when I demonstrate something once, I'm telling you, the kids after that, they know exactly what is to be done. Now, the commands that you find in the SID, I told you I talk about SID. If you want me to talk about another manual that I have realized in one of the campories that we have been to lately, where you would having moving to the what you would having some commands that are not here, and then we put them on a score sheet. It is unacceptable. It means we are defying what the SID is saying. These are the commands. I'm not going to go through them by reading them one by one. You can have this in the SID manual and you make your own notes. You must understand what a formation is. You must understand what distance means. You must understand what cover means. When do you say cover when you are in a parade? You must understand cadence, which is the rhythm or the speed at which you are marching. I have seen a lot of people saying quick march, but they are not at quick march. I have seen a lot of people saying forward march, yet they are at quick march. We need to understand there is quick march, forward march, there is also slow march, there is double time. We need to understand all those things when you are doing drills and marching. Now, I want to bring this. I have written here at the as the heading, explain the actions in each of the following groups. Now I have moved from SID. I want to bring something that you need to note. This is according to the GC drill owner. When you are teaching the drill owner, there is some conflicts if you are going to look at the drill manual of the SIT, remember as the SIT, we do not have the drill owner. So if you are going to teach the drill owner, you go to the to the GC and you download the drill owner and you teach. But you need to make sure that you teach drills according to what is required within the SIT. Because there are certain elements that are different. Let's look at this particular one. In the SID manual, you will see all the commands. Parade rest is not there. There is a difference between parade rest and standard ease according to the SID and also what we find in the NAD or in the GC drill owner. This is what the GC drill owner says about parade rest. Parade rest is the most strict command of the three, and it may be called at attention. Pathfinders execute parade rest by moving the left leg out. Then you have those inches to the left, and placing both hands in the small of their back, the palm at the back, with the right hand on top of the left and thumbs locked together. What do you know about this one? Is this not standard ease according to what we do? But when you are going to teach that honor and you want to teach it according to the GC and the NAD standards, this is what you will teach. When they say parade rest, they are referring to stand at ease. But when we talk about stand at ease, you will see later on what it means. So it brings confusion to people. I remember talking to, is it Whitehead or something, for the name of the man who is in charge of the camporees in the GC when we were at the SID. He actually called me when I was on stage and said, that's not how you do the prayer position. And then I had to come to him and say, look, I understand your point of view, but it is done according to the SID drill manual. Remember that as the SID, we have our drills. Then he said, oh yes, I was now expecting you to do it according to what we do in the NAD. So it is important for you to understand what is required here and what the NAD or the GC does. Because most of the things that are found in the GC, they are adopted from the North American division. But the drill owner states that parade rest, you take the position. I'm going to stand up for this. I hope you'll be able to see. It says you take up the position. You will not be able to see my feet. You take up the position of standard ease. That means it's the most strict. You will put your hand at the back and move your leg to a certain dimension to the left, so that you are able to be at that position. So that's what it means according to that particular requirement. But we are going to see what it means to us. Now it continues to say, the head and eyes are kept looking straight because parade rest is simply more relaxed form of attention. Standard is at ease and rest, and the directive of prayer attention may be given in that particular command. But what does it say about standard ease? It says standard ease is slightly more relaxed than parade rest. To do this command, you must start by saying parade rest, then they stand in that position of standard ease that we all know. And then execute the parade rest. However, the head and the eyes are to follow the commander at all times. This is according to the drill owner. When you are at parade rest and at standard ease, it means your head can move left, right, in order to follow the commander, the instructor who is there. So do you see the differences that we have? You need to study all this so that you are able to note the differences. When you are going to create your fair score sheets and whatsoever, you need to consider this, whether you are doing it according to the drill owner as GC requirements, or you are going to do it according to the SID requirement. Let's continue. At ease. What does the command at ease mean? It's a more relaxed one than stand at ease. The right foot must stay glued in its place to the ground. Pathfinders are allowed to move around except for the right foot, but you must remain silent and standing. Rest may be commanded. So when we talk about at ease, you can move your left foot. You can do those movements, but the right foot remains glued on the ground. That's what it means. An additional command of rest is an even more relaxed command that the right foot must still remain on the ground and pathfinders remain standing. However, talking is permitted. So you need to understand this. Parade rest, stand at ease, rest, according to the drill owner. But what do we have? These are all the commands, okay, in the SID manual. So you need to go through all of them. Attention, whatsoever it is explained, drill, information, and so forth, up until you get to those. I've just put them there so that you know the drills that we have in the SID. You don't add your own to these ones. Now, let's look at page 23 and 24 and page 25 of the drill manual. What does the drill manual of the SID expect us? Do we see parade rest? You will go through it and see if you have it. I have not seen parade rest in that particular manual. If it is there, no, correction, it's in order. Now, I hope you're able to see, I've just copied and pasted that. Stand at ease. The following command is adopted, keeping the right foot still and the leg braced back. This is the stand at ease position that we know. At the same time, bring the arms behind the back and keeping them straight, and place the back of the right hand in the palm of the left, thumbs crossed, fingers and hands straight and pointing towards the ground. Note when a book or anything is carried. So this is what it says about stand at ease. That's what we know about stand at ease. Now, let's look at it. Order, pathfinders, stand at ease. So that's the command. The head, the body, the limbs are relaxed. Clothing and equipment may be adjusted. Pathfinders shall not move feet or talk. That is according to us, and does not mean sitting down. On the command, the pathfinders will immediately resume the position of stand at ease. The position as stand easy is ordered when it is desirable to permit pathfinders to relax. This command is only given when a club is in position of stand at ease. The common faults about this thing of stand easy and stand at easy, moving the feet, resulting in the losing of dressing, slouching and talking. So according to our requirements, when we say stand at ease, we don't expect you to speak. That's according to the SID requirements. But if you're going to teach according to the honor, if you're going to do the drill honor according to the GC, I want to emphasize that so that I'm not misquoted. Now, habits that have become normal, when we are doing drills, that is why I said, if you make a mistake, go and correct it. Right about 10. I have not found a manual that says right about 10. I have read the South Pacific. I have read the NAD. I have read Australian manuals. I have read the old East African division manual. When we talk about these things, it becomes normal. Remember, you will say, squat, right about 10. I would actually call that a complementary, a preparatory command. We have what we call preparatory commands. What are preparatory commands? When you are commanding a club, you will say squat, you will turn to your right, 10. It's a preparatory command that when you are still teaching people who don't know anything about this, when you are going to say right about 10, you are actually telling someone that when we do an about 10, we do it to the right, not to the left. So it's something that is corrective and preparatory. So when you are doing commands, I hear a lot of right about 10. There's no left about 10, by the way. So we just move an about 10, you do it to the right. So let's cut those things that have become normal. Hold, check. There is no command. That is why I said such things, they become habit. I grew up, when you're stopping a squat, hold, check, 1, 2. There is no hold, check. It's halt, check. You are using the commands that are within the command. So you halt a squat and therefore they must take a step forward and then be in a position of stopping. It's halt, check, not hold, check. What are we holding? We are all guilty of this because we have learned it from people. They have passed it to us, and then we move on with it because there is no command, no manual that is telling us. But the manuals are talking about halt, and that is a position of stopping. Using preparatory commands in phase. Imagine you are in a fair, and then you are using preparatory command. Squad, we are going to do an about 10, about 10. That is a preparatory command. We do that when we are still learning. You know, there are things that we have learned, we have done before. I have put this so that as leaders, we learn to correct one another in an amicable way. Long ago, we used to put sashes on suits. Now we don't. So all these things, when we correct them, we must not make ourselves much better than we were part of these things. We were doing these things. Now that they are not done, let's correct them in a proper manner and allow correction also as leaders. Kempori pins on suits, we've been putting Kempori pins and so on. You know, we were decorated, but as time goes on, things changes. So I'm putting this so that all of us can understand that things do change and we need to accept change when it comes. Right. The part on vexillology, the issue, why is this thing included within the issue of drill and marching? When you're doing drill and marching, you're in uniform most of the time. And when you're fair in your caporis, you're in uniform. And this involves the use of the national flag. If you have no interest in the national flag, you don't put it in your body because it is optional. You will read that from the manual. It is optional to put the national flag, but the moment you put the national flag or the national badge on your body or anywhere, or whether you're using it in flags, you must follow the rules of that particular flag. The General Conference has indicated that in the administrative manual that we need to be very careful when we are dealing with these things, because certain countries do not even allow us to be able to do this, to do things the way we want. All right. When we are dealing with the South African Guide, this is a document that comes from the South African Guide. Vexillology is the study of the flags. So this is not a creation of myself, but it's a creation of the South African Vexillology Association that deals with the flag. That is how the flag of South Africa should be. The red must be on top if it's standing in that position. The red must be to the left if it's standing in that position. It must not just be tilted the way it should be, and then you find the red on the right-hand side. There are rules for the flag. I don't want to go through everything word by head because we need to finish up and have people to know, ask questions. But there's a lot that is engraved in this about the flag. Now, these are the rules. The flag must not be allowed to touch the floor, must not be used as a tablecloth. The moment we use this flag as pathfinders, we are not going to act like civilians in jail. And then we just do the flag, use the flag anyhow. We have taken a position of being a one who is under command and in drill and in uniform. So it means we need to follow these rules, right? The flag must not be used the flag must not be used for commercial advertising and other things. So we need to be very much careful on that. Flying the flag upside down is, I've seen a lot of us as leaders with our clubs and the flag is upside down, but we can't see it. I don't know whether there's something wrong in my head. I was in KZN and in University of KwaZulu-Natal, I found the flag was upside down. I woke up in the morning when they found it upside down, I just had to change it. I was in a program at White River SDA early this year, or was it early this year, where there was a children's program. The opposite of that, we find the flying squad of the South African police. I saw the flag was upside down. I went in, I spoke to the person in charge and said, our flag is upside down. He actually said, thank you so much. If they had found it like this, I would have been in trouble. So it happens that the flag can be upside down, but it's important for us to understand that the red must always remain on top, right? Flying the flag upside down is a sign of traditional surrender. When displayed horizontally, the black triangle should be to your left and the red uppermost. When displayed vertical, the black triangle should be the uppermost. This is the correct way. If you put it on the wall in your church, it must be like this. When you are going to post your flags in church, make sure that it is on the right-hand side of the speaker at all times. The others may be on the left, it doesn't matter. When you are drilling in parade, it must be on the right-hand side of the parade at all times. If we want to put it up front, it is up to you. You can put it up front alone. You are the one as the instructor who must understand these things and be able to use. Now, I'm not going to deal much about these things that have to do with conflicts. They are going to be addressed by the SID. But we need to understand that the manual that we have in terms of administrative was created long ago, before other countries had their independence, and also they had rules on how to use their flags. So make sure that you never put this flag below the world page. It is important. Yes, it is written like this here, but it is not what it's supposed to be. I will show you that even our leaders in the GC don't put this flag below their national, the world pledge. You are a South African of the world church, so the South African flag must be on top of that in terms of hierarchy. Now, a lot of things that you can read from this manual, you can be able to understand what it means. They have read before. The flag is optional. The badge is optional. You can put it or you may not put it. It is up to you. Now, let me move to the next one. So we do not use that. Now, I want us to look at that. That is our General Conference Director. What do you see? You see a patch on top of what? The world badge. The next one. What do we see? Sometimes the patch is combined with the national flag together. When you create the patch, the conference patch, it will be half conference, and the other part, it will have the national flag. So it's important for conferences to design so that people do not do things in the wrong way. Now, if you look at this, this is our Pathfinder Director in the GC. And with his family, you can see from there, what is that? The American flag, which is combined with the patch, and therefore it goes below, then you have the world badge. You must never let go of this world badge. If you let go of this world badge of the Pathfinder, you are losing a Pathfinder. If you replace it with the PLA and so forth, you are losing it. So according to one of the manuals, it's important to read all of them. The pastor's handbook, you read the GC director's manual, get all of those and read. You would understand that you are allowed to have the world badge and then one of them, the PLA or the APLA below that, right? So I'm not going to go through all of them as we have. Now, if you are going to, just to show you that if you read from the manuals, you will realize that there are mistakes that are there. It says here conference page. We don't put a conference page there. We put it right there. So that part, it's not acceptable, right? So you just need to note that it's important. It is not supposed to be there, okay? Then we also have fights about these issues of your silver and gold award. They are allowed also to be put, according to this manual, to the administrative manual, to be put right there on the pocket of the left-hand side pocket. And then the folding of the flag is also important for you to note. I'm going to end here, my friends, my leaders. I tried to sum up things, but I'm a practical person. When I deal with these things, it is more practical than it can be theory. Some of us here may not be hearing what I'm even saying, but if we were to do these things practically, we would be in a position to do things properly. I would play videos for us, but because of time, so that we are able to see when we talk about precision drill, when we talk about entertainment, when we talk about the drums that we are talking about, I would play the rhythm within the drums and also play songs that are related. Then you would be able to note that somewhere, somehow, we might be losing it. Maybe some of us are too strict about these things, but it's important for all of us. The fact that we have included it in our ministry, we need to do things in the right way. I hope I have covered a number of things that you would have wanted us to note. SG.
Thank you, my leader. I don't know if it's possible. Just play one video of the drum, the difference between our TOC rhythm and the rhythm we are supposed to be playing.
All right.
So that people, especially parents, can know what we do to the children out there for entertainment's sake.
All right, SG, I'm going to have challenges with some of them. Remember, I have just prepared, I have suited this presentation for us here. So it is in one of the laptops. I don't know if you're still able to see me. Right.
We see.
All right, it is in one of the laptops that, that has those. So let me just see if we have something here. No, the issue of drums is not here, but we have issues of precision drill. When you are going to look at what Malawi can do, Malawi did not have actually our drill manuals. They did not know what is supposed to be done in terms of drills. So hence they always do these things. They deal with what we call precision drill. So this is precision. There's no dancing here. It makes things beautiful.
We are not seeing anything, sir. We just see your face.
Let me see.
I know trying to post a video on Zoom, it becomes a bit of a challenge.
All right, yeah, I'm going to, let me see, share, because I had moved out of share. So you should be able to see that now. Are you able to see?
No, we are back to that white screen again.
We're back to that white screen again.
Yeah, you need to stop sharing and then open the video and then share.
It's unable to view. I can see that you're unable to see it. Okay. Yeah, I think I should have put it on the slide. Maybe you were going to be able to view it from there.
Okay.
Okay, but maybe in future, for in some of the meetings that we are going to have, or those who may actually want such information, I have actually given my details on the last slide. So that you are able to. I'm a person who shares everything that I have, whether presentations and so forth, so that we can actually make sure that the ministry moves on. We do not disadvantage people from getting what is necessary, whether it may be videos, it may be presentations, information. I'll be able to share that so that we all participate in these things. But if you are going to have a presentation from me, you need to make sure that you go back and do research and make a presentation. You need to understand a presentation. Some people would just take a presentation and present, and then you are asked the question, what do you mean by that? And you just say, somebody said it. You should be able to defend whatever is on your presentation, because you put it there because you are someone who is presenting, you own it. So whoever will be asking for information, please make sure you do justice to it, SG.
Thank you very much, sir. Now it's time for questions. Any questions? Okay. PM from Moykloof says, what do the different colors of the South African flag mean or represent?
Right.
I don't want to sound sarcastic because maybe some people are not teaching classes, but this is what? Friend class? Friend and companion class.
It's for a 10-year-old where they are required to even draw the flag and tell the colors of the flag. The 11-year-olds, now they must play even the national anthem and the patriotic song. So it's part of the curriculum. So maybe the person asking has not started with curriculum. It's important that when you do your PST and you do master guide, you teach curriculum in your church. Ask for a slot so that you know what is happening. Some of the content that you may need is in the curriculum of the kids. Hence, you would find the kids knowing certain things that we do not know. So as a person, I would ask that you do more research on the issues of the colors. There is nothing wrong with the colors of the national flag. The red represents the blood shed by the people of this struggle of South Africa. The blue, it represents loyalty. It represents the skies of the South African that we are in. The green represents the vegetation, the world that we have, the gold and the black, the people, the diversity that we have, Gule arrow that is there, that the triangle, it talks about diversity. So all those things represent. When you look at the colors, they are common in the world, and they are also found, some of them, in our flags, where you have the red, you have the blue, you have the white that talks about purity. So all those colors, they somehow go and mean the same thing. So I find it difficult when we want to fight about the national flag, when even the Bible will find that the children of Israel at some point would have to lift up their banner, which would represent who they are. A flag tells where you belong. You are a South African. That is why it is important to have the flag on your arm, so that you are able to say, look, I am a South African. When we go to a camporee, how do we see people from Botswana with their flags? How do we see people from Zambia from their flag? So it's important to have it, but it's optional for those of us who are sensitive to it and say, we are not going to put the flags.
Foster Mbambo is asking. Yes, Mpu.
Can I protect also my children who are here? We have the guide class. Maybe that question come from the guide class.
Okay.
So let's not be harsh on them.
All right.
Okay, Mpu. Sorry for that. Foster Mbambo is asking, if your body is stiff, does it mean you don't know how to drill and march, even though you know the basics?
What do we mean stiff? When we are marching, the body must be erected. It must be straight. That is why we are missing. So I'm going to stand up. There are people when they are marching, they do these things. That is not how it's supposed to be. Your body must be straight, erected up, and then you move at that position. What do we mean by stiff? What do we mean by stiff? Is it inability to be kinetic and make movements? What do we mean by being stiff? So when we are doing drills, it makes it more beautiful when all of you are in the same position and the hands move in precision. So maybe we are referring to a person who has locomotion problems, where you are unable to do left and right. I think it is important to practice. Practice makes perfection. So we may ask you.
You must remember, some of us have 2 left feet.
But I would ask, I've been with a number of people that I have taught who had serious problems with marching. After the hour of being in the drill, I have had people doing great things. So maybe we will meet one day.
Catherine Nebele is asking, why are we not allowed to sing our club songs when we play the soundtrack during procession? And also the issue of for you and me, please also explain that.
Okay. When you are in a position of attention, do you sing? Do we speak when we are in a position of attention? So when we are doing those songs, you would rather have the command that these people can be in another position that will allow them to sing. But the moment we say attention, we are not in a position to sing. So we are at attention, then the soundtrack is played of the national anthem as we observe. But if we do not want to play the national anthem in terms of the soundtrack, people can be in a position where they are able to sing. Remember, when you go to the NAD manual that talks about rest, where you are able to speak and so forth. So you can be allowed to do that. But the issue of for you and for me, it's things that we correct. We learn every day. Long ago, whenever we were in parade, you were going to like, for you, you and me, but that's not how we are going to do it. Remember, when you are wearing this garrison cap, you would be like that, and you are in a position of salute. What are you going to do? Are you going to say for you and Hitler for me in terms of parade? We are not going to do that. So you remain at that position of attention, and you are not going to sing, and you are not going to do for you and for me. Let the song play. That's what it's done. That's how we do it, and that's how we're supposed to do it even in the olden days. But remember, we learn every day. We correct things every day. You were not wrong then because that's how it was done. But now let's try and adapt to the way it's supposed to be done. We do not sing when we are at attention.
And another thing, sir, if we go back to some of your first words in your presentation, why we have to drill is that we can learn to listen to the command.
Obedience, yes.
Obedience. When the person in charge of the program says we will stand at attention as we listen to the soundtrack of the national anthem being played, we are listening. The command is listen, not sing.
Yes.
Up until the command is changed and say, as we sing the national anthem, as we sing the Pathfinder song. So we listen to the command. If they say we sing, we sing. If they say we listen, we listen.
Right. That will also require that we change the position of standing. There's also something that I want to add on that one, SG. When you go to the administrative manual, it tells us it is important to practice how you are going to enter into a church or a hall so that you can eliminate commands within the house of God. So when you practice, people would know how they are going to come in and the movements that they are going to do. Therefore, we eliminate having the left, right inside the church of God. So I would advise all of us that whenever we are going to have our Pathfinder Day or whatsoever in the church, practice, rehearse how we are going to come in, how we are going to do the posting of the flags. These things can happen automatically without even a commander. You come in, they stand, a simple instruction or command to their attention, then movements go on. And therefore we eliminate the issue of commanding when we are inside and making loud noise and drums in the church and so forth. That the soundtrack, they actually assist us in that regard.
Thank you, sir. There are people who had raised their hands. Now their hands are gone to ask questions. We are taking a bit of time because we are working towards the next presentation. They had asked that we take I don't know if you want us to take a break of 30 minutes and come back, or we continue asking questions. Even the questions of the previous presentation, Umthandazo is still here. He will be able to answer. So I don't know what you want us to do. You want us to stop, go for a break for 30 minutes, and then come back and get the next presentation, or we continue the Q&A with the presenters that are here. Mfu?
SG, you were talking about the issue of command. Yesterday we gave out a link that we need something from 110 to 150 words. And
Yes.
the other question said 40, between 40 and 60. Somebody saying, hey, it seems 2 pages is too small. The command says 110 to 150. So let's try to listen to the command. We don't want you to tell us a long story. We want you to tell us what you have learned in this session that we had from Friday up to today. And then the other thing, allow me to share my screen, SG. Yes. I'm trying. Is there?
Yes, it's here. We just need to click on the presentation.
We are uploading our presentation on our page, which is the Trans Orange Adventist TOC Junior Youth Ministries. When you go to that page, you will find the links that can take you to the presentations that we have since Friday. We will keep on updating that link as we are adding other presentations and slides. And then you can go there, you'll find also the form that we sent yesterday. And then you do as the form requires. Don't give us 2,000 words or 500 words. Just keep, as Jomo has said, let's learn to obey. When we say 110. Lastly, as she allow me to give Jomo a new title, he is
Yes,
our
sir.
general from now on, from today going onwards. I think he deserves the name for the work that he has done and the passion that he have in this drill and marching thing. You are our general, sir. I salute.
There's no hands that are raised. Oh, Bongan Lunga, please raise your hand again. I don't see it here. Oh, now I see. Okay, Bongan Lunga. No, and YP30, please raise your hand. Bongan Lunga.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I want to give a challenge to Pastor Rambau that when Jomo was presenting, he said drill and marching is all about theory and also practical. So to Pastor Rambau, can you try maybe to organize maybe a drill and marching in Daba where all the drill instructors come and, you know, we are taught basic so that as the TOC, we've got one standard, because when I see all the clubs, they've got different commands and all these things. So to Ubabu Rambau, try maybe to do one, maybe a camp or something for all the instructors so that we can be trained to do the right thing. And also my question was on the issue of the national flag. I heard there was someone who once said when we are at a camp, the national flag must be holded by someone who is the highest rank. In other words, no one has got the right to hold the national flag. The one that has got the highest rank in that whole camp is the one. How far true is that? That's my question.
Jomo?
Thank you so much for the question. It is not true because we do not find it in the vaccinology of South African flag. We are in this ministry. The person who would hold the flag, it's a person who should be able to understand the dignity required in that particular flag. So if we say the flag must be held by a person of her highest rank, it means even in the police stations that we go to, the station commander should be the one holding the flag. If we go to the army, it means the general should be the one holding the flag because it's one of highest rank. So some of the rules that we may have, it's those that want to limit people, and sometimes it comes from leaders who only want to be the ones up front. So I think we need to be aware of such, okay? If there is such a thing, I would like someone to come and send it to me and say, this is what I am talking about. It comes from this manual or from this South African. If you go to Australia, they are saying they do not have much rules about their flags. Go to Swaziland. You will realize that even to have that flag, you will have issues with it. Go to Zimbabwe. In other areas, the flag is of very much importance. So when we are dealing with the issue of the flag, let's not let the person, let the pathfinder who will be holding the flag understand the etiquette of the flag.
Thank you, sir. The other question before we come to Hawaii P30, the other question was, what do we do with churches that do not allow drums?
All right. The issue of education, what beats education? The issue here is us having leaders. You know, I have a class of master guides in training, and I want to commend, there's a former elder of a church in Lagos. He's part of the people in my class, he's an old man. And he's saying he wants to learn this thing for the sake of understanding so that he can understand how this ministry, he did not have the opportunity to do that. And when we read some of the books like A Crooked World in a Positive Church in a Crooked World, he says to me, I had this book for years, but I never read it. And when he looks at the things that we do in the ministry, he says, I had problems with them because I did not understand. Some of us as elders and leaders in the church, we have problems with these things because we do not understand the purpose of them according to the dimension of the ministry. Some of us have been infiltrated with certain information that would even disqualify us from wearing the clothes that we wear. Some of us, we have problems with logos, but you are wearing Nike as you come to church. Some of us, we have problems with the logos, but you are wearing labels of people, that names of people. You are driving a Mercedes Benz, the name of a person embedded in a car, but you have a problem with a logo that is on a jersey. So there are certain things that we need to really look at and say, do we really have to be fussing about this thing? That is it, you know, I'm going to bring something difficult here. I was watching a video, SG, that was showing how the GC offices. And in that video of the GC offices, there were statues.
Yeah, they are. When you enter, they are. I saw them live.
So we need to relook at these things and say, what does it mean? You know, so some people have issues with the flag, they have issues with drums, but when they go to concerts, they dance to the same drum is played in the concert. So we have preferences. It must not be here, it must be here. So maybe we need to have, that is why Godfrey was saying, it is important that everyone in the church goes through PST and understands the youth ministries. Our aim is not to harm, but our aim is to bring kids together and do what is right. If there is any wrong in whatever we do, we are open for discussion.
Huawei P30, please tell us your name.
Nkinenza lo, Nkinenza.
Oh,
Mzala wami. Mphathi ngiyathemba, mphathi ngiyajabula nasibona bakithi benda umsebenzi lo mhle kangaka.
But now khala nasikhuluma Swati mphathi.
Bengibingelela mphathi. My question is on the badge. There's a debate that I heard. Probably it must be cleared quickly so that myself as a master guide in training, when I do my badges, I don't make a mistake. Which one is more important, or which one comes at the top and which one comes at the bottom? Especially the South African flag and the world badge. Because yes, okay. So your country comes first, then the rest comes underneath. Thank you,
my leader. Thank you so much. Sir. Listen to this. You are a South African in a world church. You are a South African of the world church. The country's flag.
Jomo's uniform. Sorry, sir, to disturb. Unfortunately, Jomo's uniform does not have TOC. It starts with you are from TOC, which is in South Africa, and I belong to the world church. That's
exactly. So that's how it should be. The country's flag take prerequisite. It takes a superiority over anything else.
Thank you very much. I see people are asking, according to the program, it says drilling and marching is the last presentation. Yes, it is the last presentation. But the only thing that happened is that on understanding Pathfinders, we missed a part where it talks about discipline. So we're just asking for 30 minutes to do, 30 to 45 minutes to do, or even less, to do understanding discipline for Pathfinders, to do that presentation of understanding discipline for Pathfinders. If that was done in understanding Pathfinders, then this was going to be the last presentation. But since it was missed by the presenter who was doing Understanding Pathfinders, can we please, we are asking that we do the Understanding discipline for Pathfinders on its own. Charlene is suggesting, Mfundisi, can the TOC make badges that include, like the one that says Trans-Orange Conference, underneath it to have a South African badge included to it, like the one we see when we are at Kemporis, SIT Kemporis with Botswana uniform? That's the one I know for sure. And the one that Uchomo showed us with the American uniforms, they have the name of the conference together with the country flag in one place, sewn together, not sold separately. Is it possible for our conference to also have that?
SG, early this year, there are people who came to my office and they shared the idea of having that, and I gave them the challenge, say go and design and come back. Even now, they have not come back. Allow me to open up that challenge. If you think you have the skill to do that badge, anyone is allowed. Submit your drawings to the office, and then we will see which one we can go with.
There's the challenge, leaders. If you can design the conference patch together, conference patch, Trans-Orange Conference, going together with the South African flag, you bring that to the conference, we'll take it forward. Elder Jomo, do you still have anything?
No, thank you. Thank you so much, SG. If there are no questions, I think we can rest it here.
There are no questions, sir. There are no questions.
Thank you.
Mfundisi, are we ready with the next presentation?
Can't we give people some 5 minutes break, Nyana?
Okay. Whilst they are preparing whilst they are preparing the presentation, Mfundisi is suggesting we take a 5 to 10 minutes break. The time now is 25 past 12. We are coming back at 12:30. And we are back. We are back, Bazalwane. We are now going to do a presentation called Basic Principles of Effective Club Discipline. And our presenter is Sister Blessed Sibanda from Hillbrow Church. Over to you, Sister Blessed. Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes. You are with someone who's live, so they must switch off their sound or move away. We can try again.
Greetings, everybody.
Okay.
Are we okay now, SJ?
Yes, we are fine. Just move your screen so that, because you are below.
Are we fine now?
Yes, ma'am, we are fine.
I can't hear him.
Yes, we are fine. Continue. Well, it will be the issue with the volume of your computer. Or I'm corrected, of your PC. But we can hear you.
I am struggling to get you, SG.
We are fine.
We are fine.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Greetings, everybody. It's a tough task given to me to follow such vibrant presenters. I'll try to do my all-level best. We are dealing with basic principles of effective club discipline. The success of any club is the tangible morale of any club spirit element. What we mean is that in order for a club to be successful, it is to have a tangible morale or a tangible club spirit. That club spirit is the one that is going to link us and be united. It is the result of a combination of a variety of important factors. In order for us to have that morale, we need to look at things like our spiritual objectives as a club. What are they? What is it that we want to achieve as a club? I believe each and every department, its sole purpose is to win souls. So if as a partner club, our sole purpose is to win souls, then our spiritual objectives must be at the forefront. Attendance also is one of the things that kills our morale. If club members aren't attending, then we have a problem because the morale goes down because some of the members did not attend this week. You find that 50% of us are not here in the club meeting. Next week, the others will also think, what's the use of attending? Because...
Blessed, please wait, please wait. Bazalwane, it is not necessary for you to be on video if you are not presenting. Because now I'm getting messages that people are on video, on their videos, and people are seeing things that they are not supposed to see. Please, we are please humbly asking, if you are not presenting, please switch off your video until you are presenting or asking a question, because people are chewing and all that, and it does not look nice. This thing is being recorded, and it's also on YouTube. So can we please, thank you. Thank you, Blessed, continue.
Thank you, SG. As I was saying, attendance is one of the things that kills the morale of the club. If attendance is not much or more people attending, then it kills the spirit because next time I will also sit as a attendee to say, what's the use of attending if half of the club is not there? So it is important to keep club attendance at least at 100%. Work on that one. And then the other factor here that we need to look into is the home contact. Do you guys know where your pathfinders stay as leaders? Do you know if there is a problem, where to go? The reason why they're not attending, is it because they've got challenges? Do you know about them? Can you visit them at home and find out what is happening? So those are the things that you need to be in touch with. And then you also need to discuss with them. Remember, they are also part of the club. Don't look at them and think, oh, they are pathfinders, they are very small, and then you come as leaders and you decide which rules are going to be utilized in this club, and without their buy-in. It will be your own club and not theirs. And if it is your own thing as leaders, then they're not going to take part in it, or they're not going to have a buy-in in your product. So it is important that you involve them. As little as they are, they've got something to say about what they expect their club to look like, what they expect their club to behave, what is the success of the club. So they've got an input in what is happening in the club. The other thing will be utilize your captains. You have at least a minimum, say maybe per quarter, have a meeting where captains, they sit in a council. When they sit in a council, then they discuss what is happening in their units and how the unit members feel about the issues of discipline and how the club should progress. The other thing that will keep the morale high is to make members welcome. Whether they are new members or they are old members, let them feel welcome in the what? In the club. So appreciate them. Have an accepting spirit. So they need to understand that they are welcome. When they come to you, they know that you've got an open door policy. As a leader, you can accommodate their needs, you can listen to them. So if they feel welcome, then that will boost the morale of the club. Also, plan. Your program should be planned, should be balanced. Don't just go and be spiritual oriented only. There is a physical aspect of it. The previous presenters have stated this. I'll only reiterate it to show that it is important. Your programming should be balanced. It should cater for all the needs, the holistic needs of a child. Also, mind the place where you are meeting. How is the place like? How is the place conducive? So there are things that you need to look into. As you make your meetings, consider where you are meeting. That will keep up the morale of the club, or it will demoralize them. The equipment. Do you have enough equipment? Or is your equipment proper? Is it safe? So you look into all those things. If they know that, we are going to the club and our equipment is not well, and we are preparing for the fair, how are we going to survive if there is an accident? So if there are anxieties around the equipment that we are using, I might, as well as a member, think, let me sit back. I don't want to put myself at risk. So there are things that we need to look into. Your equipment, it talks a lot. Also, it will cover your camping equipment as well. Even your teaching material needs to be put into consideration in order for you to keep your club morale. All right, now let's look at these things. We talked of spiritual objectives. We said the club must operate from a spiritual basis, remembering what our sole purpose is to win souls for Christ. So we need to keep our operations spiritually based. Every time when we are together, those principles should be made clear to each and every participant. Those spiritual principles, they need to be made clear. Make use of your pastors, your youth ministers, also your chaplain. They are the ones who are supposed to minister to the spiritual needs of the club members. So you make use of them. The other thing that will help is when you provide sufficient time for club worship, because we said it is a spiritual basis, or it is a priority in our club. Therefore, show that priority by providing sufficient time. As you provide that sufficient time, also take into consideration that the worship should be meaningful and also exciting. When things are done in a monotonous way, they end up boring, and at the end of the day, the morale of the members is diminishing each and every day. They know which when we come to the club meeting, oh, so-and-so is going to lead, this is how is he going to do. When you are standing up in front there doing things, they know, from this, she will go there. From there, she'll go there. If they come to such an extent, it becomes so boring. When things are boring, we don't attend. All right, we spoke of attendance. I will also emphasize the issue of aiming 100% attendance. Make sure that you follow your members, know where they are, know why they are not there if they are not there. So counselors and leaders, you are to find out why pathfinders are absent. It is your duty as a counselor. If as a staff member or as a pathfinder for that matter, you're not going to be in a meeting, or you're going to be absent in a meeting, it is proper for you to give prior notification. You cannot just vanish into thin air. Nobody knows where you are, what happened to you, no apology, nothing. Really, that kills the spirit of the what? Of the ministry, or the morale of the ministry. So it is important for each and every member to be known their whereabouts. If they are not coming, what is the issue? If it so happens that your pathfinders misses 3 to 4 times attendance, like Mtandazo said, yes, next time we're not going to take you to the next camp, but I'm saying to you as a leader or as a counselor, it's your duty to go home and visit that pathfinder, find out why they are no longer coming, and then try to work out the problems that we have so that we can regain the member back. The other thing that will keep attendance at a higher level is when you, as a leader, advertise or notify people of the meetings well in advance. They need to know this particular Sunday we are meeting at such a time, at such a place. So as they know, they get to know. It is also important for you as a leader to be there on time. If you say to them, we are meeting at 9, please come at night. Do not drop there at 10 o'clock. And you don't even apologize why you are late as a leader. You are setting a bad example. Tomorrow they will think it's not important at all to come. They will start coming maybe later and later until they no longer come at all. So it is important to model the behavior that you want from them. Home contact. I've spoken of home contact. It is important to send a club program to the parents and pathfinders well in advance. They need to know what is happening, what are the appointments that they have well in advance, so that they will honor those appointments. If you have initially done it at the beginning of the year when you're programming your yearly program, it is important to keep on reminding them as the days are coming closer for your appointments. Send a reminder. All right, the other thing that we spoke of was of discussions. Have a round table discussion where you sit down with all stakeholders. This will be your leaders, your counselors, your pathfinders. Discuss the code of conduct, how we want to conduct ourselves as a club, particular club. This is how we're going to do things. And possible disciplinary measures, let them be part of the decision making. Okay, if somebody comes late in our club meetings, what do you think we can do? And then pathfinders, because they are also like, they are thinkers, they need not to be told every time what to do, so they can add value to your meetings by suggesting what can be done. Take into consideration their suggestions. Because they've suggested those things, they know what is expected of them. It's part of them. They internalize it. So next time when they come, it is going to be easy to effect discipline. Why? Because they know what is it that they are supposed to do. And if they did not do it, what is it that is going to happen to them? So they all know those things. So sometimes you don't need to tell them what is going to happen to them. They already know. So you can ask them, what are we supposed to do with you? They will tell you. And then you need to have unit captains councils. In this one, it will help in a sense where unit captains, because they are always in touch with their units, what they will do is they know the ins and outs of their units, what the kids are thinking, what is it that the vision of their unit is all about. So they can listen and be your spies. They tell you exactly what is happening in their unit, what is it that they expect from you, so they can bring that info to you. So have those occasional captain council meetings where you can get them to tell you what is happening at the ground level. As a counselor, I might be maybe too old, not too close to them, but they can be freely talking to their friends, to each other. So that is one bridge that can bridge that gap. All right. They can also help in planning of the future. So they bring their ideas in their units. What is it that they think can be added into the program so that it can be a success? So take their plans or their suggestions into consideration. It is important to make members welcome. All right. So how do you make members welcome? You need to work, as a leader, you need to work on your people skills. Now, if you work on your people skills, know your duties as a counselor. What is it that is expected of you? How are you going to execute it in a loving manner, such that members will feel that they are welcome? So it is important for you as a director to always remind your counselors their duties and how they conduct themselves. Remember, you are leading pathfinders. As you lead them, they imitate what you are doing. So as a leader, model the behavior that you want to see in your own pathfinders. Now, it is also important to have a planned, balanced program, or to plan a balanced program. Your program should cater to the needs of the child. You need to lead pathfinders into achieving and learning of skills. That is important. What is it that is going to help me to be a pathfinder? It's a question that we ask ourselves. So if I've got no answer to that question, then I have a problem. So if I've got no sufficient answers, what is it that is going to, that I'm going to gain at the end of it all? It's as good as useless for me to come to a program where I know I'm not going to gain anything. So children need to understand what is it that they're going to come out of this program with. So plan ahead and also balance your planning. So your program also should vary. Do not do one thing always. That will be boring. It is important also to develop unity, cohesiveness. Unit cohesiveness. So as a club, provide an opportunity for unities to develop a unity, loyalty, as well as individuality. Being united does not mean that we need to be the same. We were created differently. So let that difference be seen. We are unique individuals. So whatever we bring together brings something that is going to be unique as well. So it is important to embrace our differences, but in a unified manner. A unit is a group of 6 to 8 pathfinders being led by a counselor. In that unit, then you have your unit captain, you have your unit scribe. So they've got their duties, they function accordingly. And then that's your unit. All right, I also looked at the pathfinder meeting place. You need to look at the appearance. How is the place like? When we look at the appearance, we are looking at if it is in a building, what is it that talks to us as pathfinders in that building? Or it's just an empty building that does nothing at all to tell us that we're pathfinders, that doesn't attract us? Or is it also looking at if it is in a park or somewhere else where we are doing our meetings, is it a safe environment? How is the park like? The looking of a park, or is it full of vagabonds? Is it a safe place now? So you look at all those things. We also look at if it is in a building, are we having ceilings? Are they in white color? Is there light? Do we have our national flags posted? Do we have our banners that talks of our pledge and aims? Those are the things that you need to consider when you look at the appearance of our place. Then the second thing that we need to look into is the lighting. Do we have sufficient light where we are? Is the light natural or should it be artificial? If it is artificial, is it helping or destructive? Is it soothing or not? So you look at all those things. Then we also look, if it is a building, look at the ventilation part of it all. And the heating. Is the ventilation okay? The temperature of the room. Is it conducive for us to learn? Considering the time that we're going to spend in this place, if ventilation is not okay, if the room is so hot, even our listening or our learning will be affected. So you need to consider all those things. Heating, I'm talking about when it's cold, do you have a heating system? Can warmth be provided for the kids? So you look at all those things. And then it is also important to look at the storage. You need to have adequate space provided so that you can store your things. If need be that you look at and buy locked storages, if it is a rented place, or it is your own place, do you have shelves? Do you have a storeroom where you can keep your camping equipment? Do you have such things? So you look at the storage. The other thing is the bulletin board. Bulletin board should be provided where pathfinders may keep their church informed of the things that have happened. So that bullet board, you can then keep your mementos. You can put either things that you have done from the past or things that are still happening at present or events that are coming. So it is to notice the church of the things that are happening and are still yet to happen. So that's the reason why we need a bulletin board. Now let's come to the equipment part. It is important for us to have adequate supplies and tools for each participant. Having insufficient equipment may lead to disciplinary problems, because if we do not have enough equipment, you might be focused on those children that have got equipment, then the rest are left idling around. What is it that they're going to fill their time with? Naughtiness. And then you will have a need to discipline them. Yet if you had enough equipment, then they would all be occupied doing something. So it is important when we buy equipment that we buy equipment that is enough or sufficient for each participant. So if we are saying we need stationery, let every child have a pen, let every child have a pencil, let every child have colors, rulers, everything. They need to have their own things. so that when it's time to do those activities that requires those equipment, nobody will be left idling around. Considering that an idle mind is the workshop of the devil. So you don't want to go there. That will invite disciplinary action. Camping equipment. Now, we also looked at the camping equipment. Look at your tents. Are your tents sufficient or adequate enough to shelter every camper at night? Or you end up putting children together, providing occasions where unnecessary things can happen. Therefore, you need to have enough or adequate things or tents. Tents should be maintained and always in good order. The previous presenter, as you was looking at the risk of all those things, amongst the things that you need to consider is to look at the shape or the maintenance of your tools. We cannot look at the risk from the angle where we are camping. We can also bring risk to that site by bringing faulty equipment. So we look at all those things. Cooking equipment. Do you need gas stoves? If you need gas stoves, the place where you are going, does it provide a proper place where you are not together with your gas tanks and your kitchen is not together there? Are you in a position where you can transport your gas cylinders filled with gas, not together with the kids? So you need to look at all those things. And if you are going to a site where you use firewood for cooking, do you have enough firewood to do that cooking? If it is a primitive campsite and your own source of warmth will be using a fire, do you have enough fire sites that accommodate every camper such that everybody is warm or kept warm during the night? So you look at all those things. Water. The club should provide an adequate water supply for the care, to take care of the needs of the kids. So where you are going, is the water supply adequate? Or is it possible that you also need to carry extra water and go there? Is the water conducive to drink? Is it good for consumption? Or do you need to buy water for drinking and use the water from the source or from the site for other purposes? So you need to look into all that stuff. Utensils. Do you have sufficient utensils for camp cooks to use when they are preparing the meals? Do you, all the things there, do you have everything at hand? So you look at all those things so that when you are at your site, you enjoy the camp more than working on problems. I remember one time as a church, we went to a camp only to discover tents were left behind, only to discover we bought food, but not every food thing stuff was there. Now you have to borrow from neighbors. Salt. You have to look for utensils to cook. It was just a disaster. So you need to plan ahead such that you do not have instances or you do not create problems for yourself as you go to the site. Teaching materials. It is important to have a cataloged library, books placed in convenient shelves or lockers. And in those books, may all the reference books and manuals be available for Pathfinder staff so that they can fulfill their duties. There is nothing boring like being a Pathfinder class curriculum, yet the club does not have that manual for the class. We have to make do when we have got nothing. So if you as a teacher don't have the resources How are you going to keep your class captivated? Because you have got nothing, you have not planned prior, then instances where kids are going to see that you are not prepared, they are very high. And then they are going to prepare things for you, and then they will substitute, and you keep on calling out for them to be in order, yet you are the one who is not in order as a leader. So it is important to have sufficient material. What is Pathfinder Club discipline? All right, definition of discipline. I've looked around. These are the three that I took. There might be more. You can research more on what discipline is all about. But one definition I found, it was saying the training of people to obey rules or code of behavior. The other one was to train to be obedient or self-controlled. The other one was an educational process where a person learns what behavior is acceptable and what behavior is not acceptable. So we'll utilize the one that fits to us as a club. What is it that we consider as club discipline? Maybe the question will be, really before we talked of club discipline, what is it that causes misbehavior? Some of the things I have touched on them, but let me go through quickly on others as well. Unfulfilled needs. If kids, their needs are not fulfilled, they will find something to fulfill themselves with. And that something might not be what you like. At the end of the day, it can cause you to now call them in order and try to discipline them because they did something wrong. Yet it is you as a director or as a counselor or as a club that did not do justice for the kids because you did not fulfill their needs. So it is important to know the needs of the children and then fulfill them. Some instances, cause of misbehavior will be a lack of understanding. It is important as we put our code of conduct or our rules and regulations that they be clear, crystal clear, such that there is no misunderstanding whatsoever. And then you will boycott disciplinary problems. Some misbehavior is caused by thinking that misbehaving is more desirable. You'll find that a child, because maybe as a leader, you do not appreciate them when they do good. You do not tell them that they are doing good. You do not motivate them. Then in order to get your attention, what they will do is they will misbehave just for the fun of it. We want to be seen, we want to be heard because we do not take that time to listen to them. Therefore, they misbehave. They know that if they misbehave, they will get your attention. Therefore, you have unnecessary misbehavior conduct simply because you did not do right with them. You did not appreciate them. You did not take time to listen to them. So it is important that as leaders, we take time to know our kids. We take time to know who needs attention more than others, who can do without pampering. You need to understand the background of your kids, how they are and all that stuff. They need to help you to know what type of kids you are leading and how best you can handle them, such that we do not come to a place where we need to discipline each other. In some cases, it is just mere fact of rebellion. Kids are kids, they are rebellious. It is within them, it is within their right to be like that. They are growing up, so you need to understand them. Sometimes it is because of the hormones that are running haywire, so understand them. And then when you understand them, try to be loving to them, even in their rebellious state. Love them. Your love can discipline them. Sometimes it is due to peer pressure. Because so and so is doing it, I can do it. I can do it. All right. So what are the goals of Pathfinder Club discipline? It is to guide Pathfinders as children of God. They need guidance. So discipline will be there to guide them. To those that I love, I chasten, says the Lord. So if the Lord does chasten us, it is important for us to guide kids in the way they should go. That is one of the goal of discipline. The other one, it is to show them our love and understanding. Those that I love. So when you are being disciplined, it is coming out of love. We want to see you being a better individual. We want to see the best out of you. That's why we discipline you. So that is one goal, to show them that we love and we understand them. The other goal is that we need to teach them God's character is revealed in order and discipline throughout the universe. Nature is a disciplined teacher, or is an example of a discipline that is exhibited. You can learn from nature how disciplined it is. When it's time for us to shed leaves as trees, we do shed them because we're disciplined. When it's time to sprout, we sprout because it's that time. So we go as God ordered us, as God disciplined us. You will never see the sun coming out from the west. It will always come from the east because God had said so. It is disciplined to listen to instructions. So we are teaching them that God's character is that of discipline and order. The other goal is to make them useful members of the church and country. They need to understand that they are not only responsible for themselves, but for everybody around them. So they need to be useful in the community or in the church by being disciplined members. This type of discipline is an internal one. Internal discipline that is innate within us, such that I do good because I know it is good, not because I fear to be punished. Right. The other thing is to help them respect their leaders and parents. That's what is one goal of Pathfinder Club discipline. They need to be respectful individuals, respecting their leaders, respecting their parents, respecting everybody in the community. It is also to provide an environment that is conducive to cheerful attitude, cooperative behavior. To provide an environment that is conducive to cheerful attitude, cooperative behavior. Discipline brings happiness. When you know that you are right, you are always happy about it. But if you do wrong things, you are always got a guilty conscience. For me to be happy, I practice disciplined life. Then I'm a happy individual. What are the guidelines for balanced discipline? Guidelines for balanced discipline. Number one, establish rules and regulations and a point system. It is important to operate within the rules that are set and the regulations that are set. That's why at the beginning I said, sit with them down and discuss those rules. What are those rules? Have a buy-in of every stakeholder about those rules. And also have a point system whereby we know when you do good, this is what is going to happen to you. And then also it is important to inform the children of the rules, your expectations, and the method of enforcement. So everybody must be aware. This is what is expected of me. If I don't do accordingly, this is what is going to happen to me. So it is important to inform everybody. Should it be parents? Should it be pathfinders themselves? They need to know what is expected of them and what will happen to them should they default from what is expected. And then for it to be strong or tangible, they need to be few rules. Don't have a lot of commandments. Few rules, well considered, and when they are met, they should be enforced. In that one, please, what you do to John must be the same thing that you do to Mary. You should not treat people differently, because next time you have a problem when they do not listen, simply because you treat them differently. So no favoritism. What you do to somebody else, do it to all. No special cases. That is coming from education, page 290. Present devotional on discipline, explaining the pledge and the law. it is important for them to internalize the ideals of the club, live by them, strive to live by them. Consistently and diligently apply training discipline. It is important to do same things. If this is how you do things, do them. Do not keep on changing like weather. No. Have consistency. Before you apply your disciplinary measures, it is important to counsel with the guilty person. They need to understand why they are being disciplined. Sit down with them, talk to them, pray with them. When they understand, they'll normally cooperate with you. Proper and improper administration of discipline. There are wrong ways of administering discipline, yet there are right ways of administering discipline. The wrong way is to crush or break the spirit by using strict force. So it is important as leaders that we do not crush the spirit of the kids in the name of discipline. That's where corporate punishment comes in, because we treated this as a child. This is how we are going to inflict discipline. No. Find a better way of doing things. It might have worked that time in your era. This is a new era. It might not work. And how you discipline them. Children are different. How they take to things is different. So consider also their uniqueness. So what can work with one cannot work with everybody else. The correct way to administer discipline is to inspire that which you want from them. And this should be done in a loving, kind, and disciplined way. Model the behavior you want from your kids. And in your discipline, they need to understand that you love them. Even though you discipline them, let them understand that you love them. Treat them kindly. Then they will cooperate. If the child is not obedient or cooperative, this is what you can do as a counselor. Speak to the child. Explain what is expected of the child. Also, if it does not work, visit the child at home, specifically for that problem, and discuss the issue with the parents in the presence of the child, and pray with the child together with the parents. If the child continues to be disobedient and uncooperative, even after you have done everything you can do, then find the help of the deputy director. Let them also counsel the child. Earnestly solicit the cooperation from the child. Also pray with the child. Expelling the child from the activities should be the last thing to be done if all avenues are exhausted. Right. Who are people that sit in a disciplinary committee? That if, as a counselor, you have failed, you have spoken to the deputy director, then you take the matter to the disciplinary committee. Who comprises that disciplinary committee? It will be your director, your deputy director, the counselor of the child, and 2 representatives from the club. So you can have 2 representatives from the club sitting into that committee. The parents of the child should be notified, and the child will be given a 1-month vacation from the club. That's expelling for a month. Then in that time, when the child is given that vacation, it is important for a counselor to visit that child at home, always, and work with the child. Because our main purpose is to win that child to Christ, not to reject and chase them away. So it is important that we do visitation. SG, I have come to the end of my presentation. I'll then open for questions and comments.
Thank you, Sister Blessed. It is now time for questions. Maybe if we can have people raise their hands or ask questions on the chat. So far, I haven't seen any, except that people are commenting that the presentation is an eye-opener. So far, I have not seen any hands. Monica Mulea is saying clear and to the point. Charlene Masango is asking, in the 1 month of discipline, does the child continue with curriculum?
All right. As I have said already, that the counselor needs to visit the child at home. Why are you visiting the child at home? We are continuing with the work, but we have only separated the child from the club for that time. But it doesn't mean that we have chased the child away. So at home, work will be happening, but that child is not in the presence of others for that time. That's the reason why, as a counselor, you need to constantly visit the child, because you are helping that child at home. We just separated here from the source. I don't know whether being together with the other children, that's what makes misbehave. So we just give a timeout. In that timeout, we are not saying she is excluded from the club. No, we are saying work will be happening, but in the absence of peers or in the absence of friends.
Looks like we're having internet issues. The other question is, what do you do when the parents feel you are being unfair when you discipline their children?
Early on, I have said that you need to have a buy-in of all stakeholders before you begin your program. At the beginning of the year, sit down with them and discuss these issues. And then they need to have a buy-in of the parents, buy-in of the pathfinder, him or herself. That's why when it comes to a disciplinary action, then it will be easy, because you will refer the parent to the document. We said on such a day to discuss this. This is our code of conduct, and this is what is expected. When you deviate from it, this is what is going to happen. So according to this, then that's where we are standing. We have got something that validates you or protects you as a leader. If you have done that, it is end of the year. But if you just rock and roll, the club is running and there's no code of conduct and you just discipline children, then without the buy-in of the parents, you have a problem at the end of it all. Because now you have got no agreement whatsoever. You've got no right to discipline their children. So it is important to have a buy-in of the parents as well as pathfinders before.
Also, Charlene is saying, you mentioned maintaining attendance. What happens to children who decide they are no longer interested in the middle of the year and the parents are not interested in encouraging their child to carry on in the club?
Follow the routes of following the child. That route, find out what is the issue, because they cannot be a smoke without a fire. The child would have had or been exposed to something that they don't like. So if the matter is not dealt with, they will not want to come back. So find the root cause, why the child is adamant not to come back. What is the problem? When you have found the source of the problem, deal with the problem. Do not sit on it, deal with it. And if it is something that needs to be dealt with publicly, do so, so that that child might see that you have taken an action about the issue. And then you care for them, and then they will come back. But if every avenue is exhausted and still they are adamant they're not coming, you rest your case. You have done everything you can do.
And then the last question is from Lulu Sizani from Littleton. Is there a standard code of conduct?
Meanwhile, I do not know of a set standard, but each and every club has got a right to have their own code of conduct, because not every problem is the situation of every other club. So our problems differ because of our environments, because of our statuses, because of different aspects. So we might not say we paint everything with one brush, no. We do with what works with us in a particular environment, in a particular setting. But the bottom line should be, everything should be Christian first.
Thank you very much, Sister Blessed. And thank you for coming into the gap. Fundisi?
Hello, SG, I'm here.
Yes, Mfu. Over to you. We are done with the presentations.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, SG, for the work well done since Friday. You have done a good job. Thank you to Umamusbongile Nondaba for keeping up with the register since Friday. We also note our pastors were here also from in the Trans-Orange Conference and also other parts of the country. Bafundisi Bam, thank you so much for being part of this training for the young people. We have seen also the pastor's wife, shepherdesses, Umam Rapiti, we have seen you, Mamu Zodwa Kunene, we have seen you, Mamu Chef, we have seen you, Mamu Ramba, we have seen you, and other Umam Fundisi, we have seen you as we were marking our register. Thank you for supporting the department, for supporting the ministry, and thank you for every presenter. Since Friday, we had our youth director opening there. Thank you, Mfundisi Wetu. And then we have Pastor Kumalo. He did a good job there on Friday also, and also yesterday. Thank you, Mfundisi Kumalo. We had Pastor Sue yesterday. He did also a good job. We see Abonga. We have Pastor Lupondo, and our union director. Thank you so much for the work well done. We had Pastor Sika Ningo, who is a former director in the Trans-Orange Conference. Thank you, Mfundisi, for the work well done. We have Sister Wendy Makoba. She also did a good job on uniform. Thank you so much. This morning we have our own General Elmon Jomo, who did a good job also on drill and ceremonies. Thank you, Elmond, for that, for what you have done. We have our other General, Mutanda Zongono. Thank you so much for the work well done. And also Sister Blessed Sibanda for the work done. And we thank you to the whole team, the YCOM, for everyone who supported us from behind to make this program a success. Thank you so much. And for all the participants, the guide class, you have been good audience. Thank you, keep it up. The master guide in training, leaders, you have done a good job in attending these seminars. And also we have our friends from our sister conferences who have been with us, and we have seen people like Deborah from Sri Lanka. We saw people like Pastor Kuma. Thank you so much for being part. And we have Alaska, also from Malaysia. So this was a success to us, especially that it was the first program of its kind being on virtual platform. Thank you so much for the work well done. May the good Lord continue to bless you, continue to strengthen you as you lead the young people wherever you are. Remember, you are not doing this thing to be arrogant to the church leaders or to the children, but you are doing this so that you support these children as we usher them to the kingdom of God. That is our purpose. So We are asking also that you go and specialize. Find your corner in the ministry, whether Pathfinder or Adventure, specialize. Don't do all these trainings that are offered by the Seventh-day Adventists and you don't even specialize in any. Go and specialize, and then we will have a better ministry. Like what Jomo is doing, he specializes in drill and marching. So don't say because Jomo specializes on that, you are going to specialize on that also. Find your corner also, go and specialize. We are going to have a balanced ministry where we have no politics, but we work and work for the salvation of our children. Thank you, SG, back to you.
Thank you, Mfundisi. Maybe Mbonanga, you forgot Umamulibuso.
Yes, Mamulibuso, I saw. I just forgot also about that. Thank you, Mamulibuso, for your attendance. Thank you so much. You are doing a good job.
Thank you, Mfundisi. On my side, I would like to thank everyone that attended, both from South Africa and those, our friends internationally. We had people from Holland, we had people from Malaysia, we had people from Sri Lanka who were with us, and then we also had people from South Africa, KZN, some were from Cape Conference in the Western Cape, Eastern Cape. We had people also from our sister conference here in the northern part of our beautiful country, South Africa, which is Northern Conference of South Africa. We had people from everywhere. This was not our doing. All this was because before we did it, we asked God to help us plan it, and God made sure it came to fruition. And lastly, on my part, if anywhere someone was we trampled on someone's toe somewhere, either by what we did or what we said, we humbly apologize. It was not meant to. It was a slip of a tongue or something made us to go that route. But be that as it may, we profusely apologize for that. In closing, we will ask, or maybe one person from the people that attended the class who can raise their hand to say something, and then we get to Mamulibuso to close for us.
Before that, SG, let's remind them about the due date of their forms. It's on Friday. We are using the link. If you don't submit your assignment, no certificate, we are going to do our best that those who are outside South Africa, we post their certificate via email.
Okay, thank you, Mfu. I nearly forgot that. Anyone would like to say anything? The hand is going in 10, 9. Anyone raising their hand to say something on behalf of the class? 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, no hand. 3, no hand. 2, there's a hand. Elder Aliho from Social Movement.
Yeah. We are grateful leadership for the powerful program that we have given unto us. We want to say to the team, let this be not the end, but let us continue so that we can be able to revive and be able to ensure that our ministry, in as far as Pathfinder Adventure is concerned, continues, so that we are ensuring that whatever that we do, it becomes something that we live on a daily basis. So I'm saying, let us continue to do this. And thank you so much, TOC, for the powerful program that we have given unto us. May the good Lord richly bless you. Amen.
Thank you very much, sir. Just a glimpse of the future things that are coming. we are planning and we are going to do a BST for Adventurer very soon, also on this platform. Look out for that announcement. It will come your way very soon. We are planning on Adventurer BST very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Are we praying now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's close our eyes. Dear God, dear our Heavenly Father, I would like to thank you for your blessings. We'd like to thank you, Lord, for the leadership that you've provided us as the TOC, that saw it fit, Lord, that they enrich us, they guide us, they teach us, Lord, on how to enhance the ministry of grooming children, ensuring that, Lord, we all make it to heaven. Bless everyone who was part of this program, and may everything that we learned, Lord, may we use it, may we apply it for the glory of your name, and may it also help us, Lord, to make sure that the children that we're entrusted with, we are able to lead them faithfully to make sure that they enter into the kingdom of heaven. This is our humble prayer, and ask that you continue to bless everyone, and our leadership continue to lead them and guide them, so that we can make an impact that will ensure that we make it to heaven. This is my prayer in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to everyone.
Hey, Nondab.
Sylvester, go.
What's coach?
Ngiphelile iclass hambani.
What if mina ngijabulela ukubuka ama-class wakho?
Khona manje nizobe nikhala ngedatha as if sidla idatha yethu.
Like mina ngeke ngikhale ngedatha. Yabona mina noNdaba noma ingaqhubeka le meeting kuze kufike kusasa ingastopanga. Into yokugcina engiyokhala ngayo idatha.
Ufana nami.
So yeah, abakhala ngedatha mabahambe.
Bahambe.
Yeah, thina si right.
The right it. Yeah.
Yabona umthaka sekuhambile ngoba umunye walabo abakhala ngedatha.
Umunye walabo bedatha. Ingane zikaJomo ziphi zidla idatha kaJomo. Hambani nina ingane. Hambani nina ingane.
Hello.
Hambani nina ingane.
Hayi Nondi ethi ngihambe ngibabonisa ukuthi nathi sinayo idatha siyakwazi ukuhamba. SG siyabonga man, nibe right.
Mina ukuthi nibe khona.
Oh la sharp.
Nina ingane ezikaJomo nimosha idatha kaJomo.
Sesiyahamba.
Bheka ishongwe. Njani babe? Ufunda le classini bese uthi awukhulumanga. Babe shongwe. Yabo akafuna ukukhuluma. Hambani bazalwane, hambani. We still have 19 people sitting here.
20.
Yeah, 19 now.
Baba yini.
Hambani ni waste idatha kaJomo.
How did this person pass? They assume very much is the entirety of that family when it is just less than 1% of the ministry. So
Mtsako libisi go bye bye.
Bye bye.
Hamba. Rose Mashaba. Sebenzisa namagama manje. Rose Mashaba. It was nice being with you. Nobuhle Mlalazi. Bye bye. Abanye sebeyadla thina sisasemsebenzini. Tapelo. Siyasanga. Thembeka. Vanessa. Gishongwe.
Yvonne hamba.
Nobuhle Mlalazi.
Press A.
Masina. Queen Masego.